What up, Jay? How you doing? Oh shit. One sec. My headphones are fucking voice activated right now. There we go. Ugh. Ads already? Damn, dude. What the fuck? Okay, let me run. The ad is done. Was good. Not much, man. Chilling. Chilling. Never mind. Where the fuck is my mouse right now? Oh, okay. Dun. 3 minutes? I know, dude. I'm so fucked up, dude. I'm so evil. Okay. Oh shit. I just realized I don't have my PNG tuber up and there's no music coming through. All right, let me fix all this. Now you should be free from ads, brother. I hope. I think. Boom, 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 boom. I'm free. But yeah, how you doing, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just gonna be drawing this today. I really want to get this done. I got like probably I'll say like 30% done. The hand is like a big chunk of it, you know. I underestimate how much the hands take in terms of time. So, I would say this is almost 50% done just based off the one hand being done, you know. I'm gonna be working on this other hand and this arm. I really want to sort of get this whole top section looking nice, and then I want to design a boot or something down here, but I also want to design a little mannequin. I think it's a good idea if he does a little mannequin. Shisha, how you doing? You want your critique, by the way? I was gonna do it yesterday, but I guess you had taken off. And so if you want to do it now, just to get it out of the way so you don't have to wait around, we could do that. Hands will be forever the worst. What up, Jadu? How you doing? Yes, yesterday I fell asleep. All good, dude. All good. Here, let me pull up your thing, and we'll go over it real quick. I'm considering setting like a specific day to do critiques because just so that we're starting to get like a lot per stream, like four, sometimes more than that. And it gets to the point where it's I don't feel like I get a lot of drawing done. So I'm trying to think of an alternative way to get through critiques without like having to paywall them or sort of like channel point redeem them. Channel point redeems might be the way to go in the future on critiques. I don't really know. I feel like the people who are regulars here probably have enough channel points to reasonably afford a critique. So I don't know. Life's good, man. Life is good. Is it good? Hell yeah, dude. What makes it so good, Jadu? Not saying it shouldn't be. Just curious if that's sparked by anything, or if you're just sort of feeling good today, or hey Snacky, what up, NFT? Do a jiggle? It do be jiggling. Okay, so looking at this, what can we improve? So I think right now, this pose to me is more interesting. I think there's some issues in terms of the structure around the arms. I think what you're trying to do here, and this is a common issue, I think, when people try and foreshorten things, is they instinctively, the brain wants to draw the full form of the arm. Okay? So I bet your brain is trying to, when you're trying to draw this arm, foreshortening here, your brain is going, I need to draw the full arm. Like it's defaulting to drawing the full arm. And while that's not necessarily wrong always, sometimes it can lead to things feeling a little weird. So my advice for an arm like this, I personally, and this is like the truth, I would never, ever, ever draw an arm like this without a one-to-one reference, basically. I've stopped drawing arms without using reference. Like this arm, reference. I literally just took a picture of myself in my living room. This arm, also reference. Picture of myself in my living room. And they don't even need to be the same pictures. They could just be mismatches. So I would say take a picture of yourself. Take a picture of yourself and try to emulate the exact like proportions, okay? Because the one thing you're going to notice is if I were to draw this hand from memory, okay, or just like from imagination, I would probably default to making it way longer or way wider than it should be. You know, like I would probably make it a lot longer proportionately. Just my brain is just, I know intuitively or I know consciously that I need to shorten the width of the forearm on a foreshortened pose like that. But intuitively, my brain is going to try and show as much of the arm as possible because it's so unnatural for the human brain to draw a foreshortened position, which is why it's so important to rely on reference for something like that. Everyone here who has channel points spends them on your titties and or balls. Yeah, I know. Boss Bossy, how you doing, Faye? See, I remembered you today. Snack, my animation teacher wanted to hand my walk cycle pose to the wall as an example yesterday. Which one? The one that I helped you with, or the one that I gave you the reference for? Is that walk cycle? If that's the case, NFT, if it's that walk cycle, then you're welcome. Just a testament to my incredible teaching abilities, of course. Nah, good for you, dude. That's good. That's good. You're sticking out. That's a good thing. I had to clean my tablet. I got fucking schmutz all over it. You're on a 20 stream streak. God damn, dude. That's crazy. That's probably the largest streak I've ever seen anybody have on this channel. I bet you, I don't know if there's like a Twitch recap for stream streaks, but you're probably going to be number one. I can't imagine anybody else beating that, to be quite honest. Hey, good job. Yeah, good job, NFT. So, okay, so use reference. Another thing here is I think you need to be more committal with your lines. And what I mean by that is you need to show more confidence in your lines. There's too much sort of this and this. You see how there's two separate lines here? And I get it's sketchy, but pick a line, you know, and commit to it. I think there's a lot of areas here where there's a lack of commitment and there's no understanding of what's going on anatomically. And I get like these lines are coming in like this. This is doing this. This is going out like this. I don't really know what this section is supposed to be specifically. And I think the reason, oftentimes, if I catch myself doing stuff like this, it's usually because I just don't know how to tackle that anatomically. And if you end up in a situation where you don't know how to handle something anatomically, your job as an artist is to go online and find a reference or take a picture. You've got hips, right? So you can take your own picture or whatever. Line weight is also another issue here where I think there's a lot of line weight in areas that, you know, it can be a bit distracting. I think a good rule of thumb with line weight, and this is just a soft rule. It's not like a hard rule where you have to do this. But when it comes to line weight, what I typically do is I do harder lines on the outside, okay? Like much harder lines on the outside, and then thinner lines on the inside as a rule of thumb. And I feel like you get a lot more of an appealing look to whatever it is you're drawing if you follow that principle. Like, a lot of these lines out here are very dark, unless you're intentionally trying to draw attention to a focal area, right? But the lines inside are always going to be lighter than the lines on the outside, for the most part. And so that applies even to hair. Like, my hair here on the inside is very, very thin lines. Because that, and the farther it gets from the focal area, I push it a little bit, but I don't want to overdo it. So I would say, I gotta move this circle. The one I drew that morning, not the one I did months ago, but I wouldn't be able to do it without doing that walk cycle you helped me with months ago. Hey, well, you know what? Good for you, dude. Self-made artist. Congrats. Have you posted it anywhere? I'm curious if I've seen it. Thick outside, thin inside. Oh yeah, I got 100 on my animation assignment. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. You guys are all in school? Shit, dude, you make me feel old. I'll post it when I finish it. It takes time since it's on paper. Yeah, I know. Everything, when I went to animation school, everything we did was traditionally on paper with like flipping and all that stuff. And like peg boards and fucking light tables. Yeah, though I get it. Fuck paper. It's got its place. It like the one thing that's nice about paper is that because of the texture, even if it looks like shit, it still kind of feels nice. I don't know how to explain it. It's just sort of a lot more forgiving. In sort of like an aesthetic kind of way. That's not the song I requested? Yeah, I see that. Let me, I'll add it, one sec. So line weight fundamentals, thick on the outside, thin on the inside. Just sort of trying to get a little bit more structure here. Like, I don't know where the rib cage is with sort of like this pinch in here. Normally when it comes to female figures, there's a pretty good thing that you could use as sort of a reference for like the figure structure, and it's basically just two triangles at opposing positions, or you could do a triangle and a C curve. Okay, that's also an option. So if you do something like that, you'll end up with a nice sort of figure, just using these two lines basically. So triangle and then C curve. I'll give you some examples. So these are basically just, I mean, they're not all C curves. This one's kind of a C curve. So this is essentially a C curve. I've just broken it down a little bit more. Okay. And then this side is a triangle, right? And so you can replicate that and just sort of play with those proportions to get different looks. In this case, this lady has giant breasts, but if she didn't have giant breasts, her rib cage would just be a C curve here. Okay. This girl is standing a little bit more front on, so she's got a little bit more of a pinch here. So it's actually two triangles. But the point remains that on a three-quarter pose for a girl posing, specifically the way you're drawing them, it's very similar to these. And I would highly recommend doing sort of like a triangle and C curve combo. And so that would sort of look like this. Just sort of like that. And then you can keep her the same width. That doesn't really matter too much. But I would just do something like this, just to clean that up a little bit and just to define the form a bit more. Now, if you're bringing the shoulder in, the shoulder blade doesn't have a lot of width. So I would honestly say this whole section in, you could bring this whole section in a little bit. How do you save the fat on the back while doing a triangle? Well, the fat on ladies, and this is kind of a generalized thing, but it's gonna depend on where the pinch is. So if you want to show that a woman is curvy, like it's tough for me to really say because I don't draw a lot of curvy women. I'm a little bit of a based gooner artist, okay? But if I were to draw a curvy woman, what I would do is on the triangle here where the pinch is, I would just add like folds. Like just sort of like skin folds here, and you can sort of continue the folds up a little bit. That's sort of how I would approach it, but I would probably look at reference to really get that right. But that's a good way to sort of show like fat, Like the triangle is a starting base, and then from there you can define your shapes a little bit cleaner. It's not that it has to be a perfect triangle. Like this can be, like if you look at this negative shape here, it's not a perfect triangle, right? I've broken it up here. But the general starting point is a triangle. And so if I were doing somebody with like more curves, that's sort of how I would approach it. And then for fat on the bottom here, I guess it depends. I do think it typically sort of runs a little lower, but you can also don't forget to increase sort of the pinch here. Women are also going to get a lot of sort of like if they're a little bit more plus size, they're going to get even like on a normal like a idealized body type, you're going to still get some fat buildup around the abdomen here and the hip pinch. That's how I would do it. You see, like just adding these little lines in here sort of helps define the fat a little bit more. And if she had breasts, then this would also add to her too, right? You haven't drawn any breasts here, but if she had like large breasts, let's say, that would also sort of contribute into the wrinkles forming on the side here. But that's how I would do it. And I don't see a knee here. I'm just gonna push this out. I'm trying to think how I would do this. Where she feels balanced. She doesn't feel terrible right now. I think what you could also do if you want to sort of elevate and push the gesture a little bit, you could take this arm and instead of having it stick out, which breaks up the sort of flow you have going through here, because your main gesture feels like it's sort of like this sort of direction like that. what you could do is you could take that arm and you could push it so that it adds to the gesture. So, oops. Basically have it, oops, come up like this, let's say. You know? And then I feel like that would sort of add to the gesture. Because now it feels like it doesn't break up visually the flow. It's not sort of crossing that primary axis. You know what I mean? Jadu's the god of taking care of kittens just to throw them out later. Bro, how are these generated? I wonder if Boba actually like manually typed all these out. Boba added that one because of me. NFT's the god of DILFs. But yeah, so that's how I would add fat, okay? So just sort of really focus on those pinch points where the bone is pushing the skin. So if you have like a bone, let's say a hip bone, okay? Let's say this is her hip bone here. The fat, like if you don't have a lot of fat, and women do have a lot of fat on their hips in general, and more fat in general than men, you're gonna get sort of like maybe this relationship between the bone and the skin. Whereas if you have a larger body type, you're gonna get a lot more fat here, and so the pinch is gonna be more pronounced. So that's what I would say for that character. I'm gonna get food, but I'll be back. All right, peace, Jay. Thanks for coming out, big dog. So that's what I'll say for that character. This one here, there's just no strong gesture. It feels too stiff. I can tell you're thinking of doing contrapposto on the shoulders here, but you're not applying it to the hips. So it just feels a little stiff. So what I would do is I would just sort of push this hip on an opposing side, and then the side that's elevated, or the hip that goes up, that's where all of the weight is going to be borne, okay? So that's sort of the load-bearing hip. So now you can put this leg straight down on an angle, so it's sort of coming in towards the plumb line here so that it's well-balanced. And then this leg can come out, and then you get a much more interesting pose out of that. You know what I mean? And then you could tweak the proportions here so the shoulders are a little bit more narrow. And I think that way you'll get a little bit less symmetry and a little less blockiness through the pose. Damn, Snack, really just be cool women fat out here? Huh? You using speech to text, dude? And I'm gonna just elevate this shoulder a little bit more here. You see how just adding this sort of hip tilt just makes the pose a lot more interesting? And we can keep the same proportions, but I would just sort of add a little bit of a tilt. And then this leg we can pretty much keep almost the same. I'm just getting a little bit less symmetry in the pose. Right, something like that. So that's how I would approach that. Hopefully that helps. I'll leave you with that because I think that's a good amount of stuff. And that should push you in a good direction to improve these. And you'll notice, guys, I feel like at this point, when I do these critiques, I get a lot of, I say a lot of the same things. And it's because these are just sort of art fundamentals that I think once you apply, you can really get like you can take your drawing from like let's say it's like a B, you can take it to an A minus or like even an A, you know? And I think that's the mentality with just sort of these little things to keep in mind. Like as I'm drawing this girl here, I'm thinking of the gesture going through here. And I'm thinking, like, when I'm doing this knee here, originally I had the knee out here and I was like, it breaks up the gesture. So I was like, I'll bring the knee in with the arm like this so that it all sort of directs the eyes up this way. And I don't really know how to handle the foot. I could turn it inward like this, but then it feels a little awkward. I think I might just have to eat it on the foot there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and be a little bit light-handed on the foot so it's not as distracting visually and so it doesn't pull away from the whole gesture. And that's same with this back foot here. I'm going to be a little lighter on it. So that's sort of my plan right now. And even like these strings, I'm intentionally having the strings sort of come up. This one I think I could do better, but come up towards the face here. So that when you're looking, everywhere you look redirects you to where I want you to look, which is right here, you know? It'd be interesting if you gave the critiques a grade at the end. I don't know that I'd be able to do that, because I feel like there's so many people that submit things that are at different skill levels that it would be weird to give grades, right? Because I don't want to start... I'd have to give grades that are personalized to the person, and that just gets, like, really complicated. It'd be interesting if you animated. Brother, I animated all last weekend and you weren't even here. Okay, let me take these two and move them up into my reference folder. School. Right. School. Right. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. BRB. Where's this fucking playlist, dude? Alright, whatever. I'm fine with it. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna be doing any more critiques today, just because I actually really want to get this shit done. Or at least a little bit more developed. I don't think it's gonna be done today, but why does it kind of go hard? It does go hard, dude. I mean, I know what this song is. I used to listen. I was listening to it like a few weeks ago. There's a video of this guy singing it to like a retirement home on Instagram, and I was like, damn, this is kind of dope. Fucking layer am I drawing? Okay, there we go. Even my critique a few hours later, even yours, dude. No critiques today. Recently, I heard a version of Baby Shark remixed into a soul jazz version. I fuck with it so hard until I found out it was AI, and now I feel disgusting. You got used. Rodent. Whatever. Whatever, pussy. And I say that because you're a cat, obviously. Oops. There you go. I need it to feel like there's like more of like a pressure going on. I actually think the solution here might be to lower the knuckles instead of the fingers. This guy needs to definitely come up though. Literally, the only somewhat positive response I've gotten from but the Nightbot is calling me super gay. Nightbot. Oh, okay. 97% gay. Damn. We've had I think we've had like 100% once. Maybe you guys have gotten more and I just haven't noticed because I feel like I haven't been paying attention to this so much, but that one was just a straight up typo, not speech to text. Shameful. By the way, Jadu, do you know I don't tune into Kasem's streams very often. Do you know if he streams on a schedule at all or if he's just sort of like whenever? He seems like he just kind of streams whenever. That's my impression right now. I had 1% gay and 100% straight back to back once. Oh yeah, that's true. I remember that. He used to have a schedule until he got busy. The only consistent days and Saturdays. He does usually manage to do one on Monday and Wednesday if he's gotten a bunch of work done. I see. I would the reason I ask is because I'd rate him, but he just never really lines up with my schedule. I want to tell him how much I like his brushes. Every single drawing I've ever done is basically with the exception of like, the more pen style stuff has been with his like soft sketcher brush. I fucking love that brush. I spend way too much time on Twitch. That's all good, dude. If it weren't Twitch, it'd be something else, I watch a lot of fucking YouTube. That's kind of my vice. Man, toothpaste is so cool. Oh yeah. Why is that? I want to draw this guy as like a little gremlin looking dude, but he showed me the things he worked on. It was really cool. Hell yeah, dude. Like his professional work or just some of his personal stuff? It's cool, man. Nah, he's talking about one of my buddies. My buddy's a very, very good animator. And And he never posts his shit online, and I've been begging him to more, but he will soon. He's working on something. You're probably cool too. I'd know if you told me. Yeah, I'm not cool, dude. Don't worry about me. All right. I haven't worked on anything interesting. I'll learn one day. Hopefully not. Hello, HDMZ. How you doing, big dog? You'll tell me. I'll never tell you, dude. I don't trust you to keep your mouth shut. I feel like you'll yap. I never post either. I feel like what I want to do is make a backlog of artwork so I can post more consistently. But then when I actually make the art, I wait a while and I realize it's not that good and I could probably do better. Yeah, that's sort of like me. Literally like me. I'm not even joking. Like this drawing I haven't posted yet. This one I never finished. This one took me probably like fucking 6 months before I ever posted it. And I went back and did changes because I just didn't like the way it looked. Same with this one. There's just a lot of stuff that I just never post. Like I probably won't post this one. I've been keeping secrets, you know. Well, I wouldn't know if they're secrets. I would hope not. Otherwise, you're not keeping them. So I guess I'll never know. Did somebody cue this up? This is such a random song to have on my playlist. Liza Minnelli. Oh yeah, Zisha queued it up. I was like, I've never listened to this song ever. Why is this on my queue? It's not a bad song though. You just spilled the secret about how many secrets you keep exactly. Maybe when I'm maybe when I'm the profession in the professional industry then. What, you think people are just gonna know what I worked on just because you're in the industry? The only people that would know what I worked on are people who sat next to me in office. Most of the time I worked from home, so people probably don't even know who I am. Even people I worked with. Unless they went to like college with me, they probably don't know me. Whatever, man. That's the biz, dude. I don't really know how to do this shirt here. I'm trying to figure out the contour I want to do. I want to like I feel like her torso is kind of long, but you know what? I know what Curiosity did to the cat, so I won't push farther. All right, suit yourself. And all the credits for the stuff he's worked on, he's just signed his name Snack, so the other staff are confused as fuck. You know, you actually can do that, and I think I probably would do that from now on. They ask you what name you want to present with on credits. Like the production team reaches out to you and they're like, "Hey, what do you want to be credited as?" And then you can use your like full name or your nickname or whatever. I don't know if they let me put like Snack. They'd probably be like, "What the fuck? We're not doing that, dude." This is like a Disney show. We can't just put like an insane name on there. But who knows? I bet you if you worked for like some sort of like cooler production company, like I bet you Smiling Friends or something like that would let you put some stupid shit on your credits. Yeah, see this wheels feels weird to me. I feel like she needs like a proper hip here, you know? There's like her torso's like too long. I think that's sort of like the problem right now. It feels like she's too long. Specifically this like mid region here. Like where's her stomach, you know? That's sort of what I'm trying to figure out here. Is this her stomach? That feels weird to me. It's tough to get like perfect reference because I'm not a girl, so I don't have like the girl bod, you know? I feel like there'd be like some fat pinch here. A little pooch. I wonder what we'll get for the finals. What do you mean the finals? Like for homework? Like at school, you mean? Ah, I think that's it. Yeah, I have no idea, dude. If we got 650 frames for the midterm, I'd assume finals would be more. You guys have to hand animate 650 frames? How long did you have to do it? That's a lot, dude. That's like more than like a weekly rigged animation quota. We had 2 to 3 weeks for it. That's still a lot. Like if you have other classes and other things to balance, that's a lot. I don't think I've ever animated anything more than like 40 to 50 frames. I mean, the fucking like guy that I've been animating is like 112 frames or some shit like that. Just to put it into perspective. And I've been working on it for like a month. And it was done in 4 days. Yeah, there's probably like I mean, I guess they just kind of want to get you getting your speed up, but that is a lot of fucking frames, dude. Okay, I don't really know what kind of texture to add on the clothes here, or not the clothes, but the yeah, the clothes. I kind of feel like I need a pattern or something, you know? Give her fishnets? I mean, I might. I can't even remember how to draw fishnets. Something like this. Mm, kind of, not quite though. There's something off here. I gotta remember how they wrap around the form. Are you afraid of gay people, NFT? It's very Turkish of you. Yeah, that ain't it either. I don't know. I'm gonna if I'm doing fishnets, I'm probably gonna have to use reference. I don't think I can freestyle that. I do kind of like the idea of doing like a plaid skirt though. Just made myself some dirty chai. Now time to draw. What is that? Is that just like chai with fucking alcohol in it? What's dirty chai? Chai with coffee in it. Okay. I don't know if that really reads the way I want it to, but whatever. I think the spacing needs to be a little bit tighter. More like what I got on those ones there. I'm gonna clean up that run and jump animation. Hell yeah, dude. I feel like there should be a name for chai with alcohol in it. I'm like an inventor, you know? Are there even like alcoholic teas? I feel like that, that's probably I guess Bailey's is kind of like alcoholic coffee. I was gonna be like, there's no real alcoholic coffee now that I think about it. But there is. Bailey's is fucking nasty though. The pumped up kicks, you better run, better run. Kids with the pumped up kicks, run, better run, outrun my gun. I feel like a song about school shooting shouldn't go this hard. It's just too good, you know? I don't know. Definitely alcoholic coffee, coffee liqueur. That's true. Trying to think of how this would go. I feel like I didn't get this curvature right. Oh, my eyelid's twitching. Annoying. This is the song about school shootings? Yep. What do you think outrun my gun means? Outrun my bullets too, in like the same chorus. That's right, Jadu. Get his ass. Wasn't that also a really popular song from the same time around stalking? That I don't know. This don't feel right. What the world? Oh, by the way, they told me my suit's gonna be fucking late. I knew it. I knew that sketchy ass fucking dry cleaner was gonna fuck me, dude. I knew it. He called me this morning. He's like, by the way, your suit's gonna be ready at noon on Monday. When I called him, I was like, hey, I have a meeting at noon on Monday. Is my suit gonna be ready before that meeting? And he's like, yeah, no problem. For why? For work. I have a meeting on Monday and Tuesday. A very important one. I have to wear a suit. You don't sound very excited. Yeah, I don't like working. I don't want to go to this meeting, but I got to be there. Boom, boom, boom. I guess you're gonna have to buy a new suit. No, I'm just gonna wear like a button up and like khakis and dress shoes. It's not gonna be a big deal. The big meeting is really on Tuesday. If it's not like if he doesn't have it by Tuesday, I'm I'm going pump up kicks on that fucking dry cleaner, dude. Just kidding. In Minecraft, I wouldn't do that. I'm Canadian. We don't do that. He better be faster than your bullet. He's clearly not, dude. He's not fast at all. I gave him my suit yesterday. How long does it take to dry clean a fucking suit? Doesn't Canada also have a shit ton of guns? No, not at all. We have like no guns. It's incredibly difficult to get a gun license here. I thought there was a bunch of illegal guns in Canada and Mexico because America has no desire to institute gun control measures. Oh yeah, all of the illegal guns we have are from the States. Like 100%. But do we have a gun problem? Not really. Like there's no like mass shootings in Canada. But yes, we do have guns. The illegal ones are from the States for the most part. Boom 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 boom. What the fuck is up with that? How are there no mass shootings in Canada, but if you drive like an hour south, you have an excessive amount of them? We don't have the same gun culture. People are really anti-gun in Canada, like big time. And like we also have like you can't just go into a store and buy a gun here. Like like going to Walmart and seeing guns for sale is insane. If you saw a guy open carrying in Canada, there would be like SWAT teams there within a minute. Like, there's no world where that would ever happen in this country. So we just don't have the same culture. I think like there's also the fact that like gun licensing is incredibly strict. First of all, it's pay gated, so you can't get a license until you attend like a certain amount of training hours. You have to be like psychologically assessed. There's like it is borderline impossible to get a license unless you are like a upstanding citizen. You know what I mean? If you're a normal dude, you could get a license. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Like I applied for a firearm license, and I had to go through like like a court that basically I got to the point where like I was approved on like security and all that stuff, but I had to go through a training course before I was allowed to like even get licensed. And you have to be registered with the RCMP, which is like the Canadian FBI. So you're in a system like the second you get a gun. So like there are just so many more regulations and like things around guns to protect like Canadians from, you know, illegal use of guns or whatever. So the Canadian government likes to pretend like we have gun issues, but we really don't. You're more likely to get like stabbed by a crazy person than fucking shot. Ironically, I have been attacked with knives before, but never with guns. I'm never gonna understand the U.S. and their obsession with guns. Yeah, me neither, dude. The craziest thing is, wasn't the whole like thing with like the is it the Second Amendment? Which amendment is it where they can have guns? the right to bear arms or whatever. Wasn't the whole concept of that so that if they had like a tyrannical government, they could do something about it? And now they literally have like a tyrannical government and nobody gives a fuck. Or at least all the gun toters don't really give a fuck. It's just like very clearly this sort of like culture serves no purpose. Anyways, I don't want to go full political again. The temptation's high though. Nah, the Goda got the rack out again. Oh yeah, dude. It's out. In full display too. Feast your eyes. Zwackle booby. Yeah, it's the Second Amendment. I've been threatened with knives, but that's pretty regular in the UK, unfortunately. Yeah, me too. I've actually been cut with a knife before. Sort of. Barely. Yeah, but honestly, I never thought that was a realistic concept when I thought about it. To fight against the government, what you'd actually be doing is shooting the military and police. No one who loves guns is gonna do that. Yeah, I know. It's fucking stupid. This was never like a real argument. It's just like a thing they say. The reality is, it's to fight against a liberal tyrannical government, okay? Because all the people who love guns are fucking conservatives for the most part. And me, I guess. I've never actually shot a gun, but I did apply for a gun license. That's a pretty big deal in Canada. If you tell people that, they're going to assume you're like some sort of crazy person. Need to buy me some guns at Walmart? Hell yeah, dude. Tax Collector 69, where is he? I don't know. He only showed up the one time. Sad. When, bam, a shang-a-lang and a sha-la-la-la. Bam, bam, shang-a-lang. If you guys could be any gun, which would you be? I think I'd be a rifle, you know? Tried and true. Old trusty. It's like the Mario of guns. Look at him drawing his cute girls. Hey, dude, she's 13, bro. Watch what you're saying. No, I'm just kidding. I do be doing that. I won't lie. One hell of a time to show up, though. I've actually shot multiple different rifles because I was an RAF cadet. I've also flown a couple planes, which is pretty fun. Oh, that's crazy, dude. The fuck? Do crossbows count? Medieval ass. Yeah, sure, whatever. What time is it where you live in Canada? It's Canada, right? Yeah. It's 1 p.m. I'm Eastern time. Doxed. I'd like to be a hand cannon type of gun or something weird like a doohickey that was used to kill like Shinzo Abe. You want to be a fucking 3D printed gun? The Shinzo Abe stuff is weird because like apparently the guy who killed him because he had like affiliations or the guy like alleged that he had affiliations to like some massive cult in Japan. And then it turns out that he kind of does. So it's I don't know. There's like some. They're kind of like the. I guess they're like the equivalent to like Scientology here, where there's a bunch of elite like millionaires that are just like really high up in the church. It's very strange. Cults are interesting to me. I feel like I kind of I should learn more about them. What's the best and worst thing about living in Canada? I came to my mind. It came to my mind to maybe go there for no reason. Best thing about living in Canada, the culture. I really like the people. Everybody's really tolerant. Everybody's like just sort of chill in general. The worst part about it has got to be cost of living. It's just unless you're like really doing well, it's a tough place to live financially. It's like some of the highest housing costs in the world. Food costs are astronomically high. Our dollar's weaker than the American dollar, but our things are priced higher. It's like the whole thing is fucked. Canada kind of had like they kind of fucked up pretty hard in the last like decade. I thought housing was cheaper in Canada compared to other Western nations. No, Canada is like the highest like housing cost of the G7. I'm pretty sure. I think it's like literally like the most expensive developed nation in the world. Ads, boo. Well, YouTube ain't relating, I guess. Must be all that free healthcare. That okay, that is pretty awesome. I won't lie. Oh, never mind. I thought it was a nice in the sense of being able to survive. No, I mean, not unless you're like I would say it's a good place to come to if you have money. Okay, if you don't have money and you're an immigrant and you're just trying to make it, it's gonna be tough. I won't lie. Job market's kind of dog shit right now. Like everything's kind of dog shit. I remember seeing Titmouse salaries at 1K CAD per week. Is that good enough to make a good living? Yeah. The like okay, like I won't lie. If you worked at Titmouse or like any of the sort of studios in Canada, you can make a living, and you can pay for rent and all that stuff. The issue, Pat, is that those studios they lay off like pretty regularly. Now the industry's stabilizing, okay, but I know that the last couple of years has been really bad, where there's just been no work, and a lot of animators were working minimum wage jobs because they couldn't get animation jobs. So it's not that you can't make a living if you have a job in the animation industry, Pat. It's that the animation industry isn't stable to where you can make strong long-term life decisions based off of that income. That's why I left. It's not that I was like, I mean, I wasn't making great money. I was making 1,050 a week as an animator. Okay, CAD. So that's how much I was making as an intermediate animator in Canada. Okay, and and then what happened was people started getting laid off. I wanted more money because I was outputting a lot. Okay, I was working really hard. I was working like 70 hours a week. I was working on the weekends. I was basically doing 1.5 times the average employee. Okay, because I wanted to be. I mean, I just kind of wanted the clout. I'm a little bit of a an obsessive grind bro in that sense, and I was working really hard, and I remember asking for a raise, and they were like, you know what, Snack, we think you deserve a raise. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give you 1,067 a week. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? A $17 raise for a 1.5 times output on a fucking like it just made no sense. I asked for 1,300. I asked for 1,300 and they're like, sorry, we can't do that, but we'll give you $17 more a week. And I was like, nah. And at that point in time, I had a job offer for a different position, and I took that, and I never looked back. And that's when I left the animation industry. Was literally the week after they said that I took the job, and I left. And then a month after that, my entire team was laid off. So I would have probably gotten laid off. And so it's not that you can't make good money. or decent money, I should say. You're never gonna be like a millionaire. There was like one guy I knew at my studio that made like over 100 grand, but this guy was like one of the best like animators in the city, if not the country. You know, like he was really fucking good. Um, but that wasn't common. You know, if you were really, really good, you can make like 80,000, $90,000 a year, you know? Except that there's always the risk that you're going to get laid off, which is just not, as an adult, when you're in your 30s, losing your job every like year and a half is just not worth the stress. So it just depends on what you're looking for, you know? Now, is that to say the animation industry is always going to be like that? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe it'll get better. But that's how it was in the last few years. And I joined the industry in 2021, so or maybe 2020. I can't remember. End of 2020, early 2021, something like that. And I left the industry in like late 2023 or mid 2023, roughly. No, I think I joined in 2020 because I was there for about 3 years. Oh my god, it's Snack. Oh my god, it's Glad, dude. How you doing? I worked on the commission today. The walk cycle's done and it's looking pretty cool. I think that's basically every hyper-capitalist country right now. China's looking pretty good though. Yeah, you don't have as much political freedom, but food is cheap. I mean, yeah, I can not talk shit about the government. I heard French Canada was cheap though because of the language barrier. If you speak English and French in Canada, your life is a lot better than the average person because you're basically like incredibly employable everywhere. The reality is, outside of Quebec, only around I think like 17% of Canadians speak French, and so if you speak French in a non-Quebec province, you're basically front of the line for like every job because it's the law for people to be legally allowed to be served in French and English. Like if you live in like the biggest province, which is like let's say Ontario, they have two primary languages as their official languages, and so every sign has to be in both languages. Every business has to be able to serve customers in two languages, and if you can't, you might get sued. Okay, that's a risk that you take, and so you end up in a situation where a lot of employers are going to hire somebody who's bilingual over somebody who's not, which is why I've never really struggled too much with getting work because I'm bilingual, right? So it's I've been very lucky and privileged in that sense. But if you want to live in Canada, speaking two languages is very useful. Unless you work in the animation industry, then it's mostly English. I've never needed my French in animation ever. There are a lot of French people that work in animation, but they you mostly operate in English. Feels like everybody's French in the art industry. I think it's because in Canada there's a massive animation industry. France has a huge animation industry. So it's basically like France, Canada, the US. So I think like English, French, and Japanese are the languages you should learn depending on what industry you want to work in. English being the most important one, French being the second most important if you want to work in like an industry that isn't going to treat you like a slave. And if you want to work in anime but basically be a slave, then learn Japanese, you know? Japanese animators get like no money. They are actually genuinely slaves. Like it is fucked up. Like a Japanese animator on a monthly basis, if they are doing well, will maybe make around 500 to 1,000 USD. That's nothing. That is nothing. Okay, you can barely live on that. You have to you can't even afford rent with that. It's wild. I think France has pretty regular, like they have pretty good standards for their animators. I don't know much about the French industry though, other than they're primarily hand drawn, and but you do need to be fluent in French. I'm also bilingual. Yeah, but you don't speak French. You speak Turkish and English. Germany only has boring industries. Only art they really support is classical music. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I've actually considered applying to like some French studios in like France. I don't really want to relocate though. But a lot of them are like, you have to speak French, which is fine. I can. Need some contacts to get those euros and dollars coming in. My goal in the next like decade probably is to find some sort of business avenue that makes it so I don't have to rely on my job as much. I would really like to start pulling away from my job and focusing on like art or other stuff. It's just I don't really know how to make money off of it. I'm trying now with like reels and sort of trying to do more influencer type stuff. I should probably try a bit harder. It's hard though to find the time. So, but it is something that I'm considering doing a little bit more aggressively just to see if I can make some sort of money off of it that makes it so I don't have to be as dependent on my full-time job. I don't know if that's going to ever happen though. My big fear is working my job for the rest of my life and never being able to branch into sort of some artistic industry where I have more control over my life. Like if I become self-employed and I can manage to live off of the projects that I create, then I don't have to worry about being laid off. I do have to worry about making my next paycheck, but if I can consistently do that for a few years, I think I'll have the confidence to sort of, attack it full time. French in high school was my most hated subject. Yeah, it's not an easy language to learn grammatically anyways. I do think there's an argument to be made that if you could survive in Japanese anime, you'd probably reach a skill level that would be much higher than Western equivalent. You'd be able to leverage that for more opportunities. Maybe. I don't know. I think the meta is basically start a studio if you work in Japan, you know? And I think that's usually what happens. So, like, usually what happens, and I see it now, even with, like, the Canadian industry, a lot of the guys that were, like, really senior when I was, like, a junior, I remember, like, sitting around them being amazed at how good they were, and they would always be talking about, how they want to start their own studio. And some of them are starting their own studios, right? So it's, I think
Well,
the natural progression is basically just branch out and do your own thing. Hanny Pion, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Lots of studios that do anime aren't really focusing on quality at the moment, though. Yeah, that's true. They're just kind of pumping shit out. Honestly, I think that's the most disorienting part of watching an artist like modern day James. Like most of the artists I follow are to some level stressed about not about working in the industry, but he's so nonchalant about the entire process, like it doesn't even occur to him to be worried about it. I don't know what his financial situation is. I don't know like how he lives his life. If you're in a position where you have like a reliable income source, like if I was like if I had some sort of way to pay my rent that didn't relying on sort of my artwork and wasn't overly time consuming, I'd be chilling. I'd just be doing my thing, nonchalant, not worrying about money. The issue is if I want to transition to doing this regularly, I need to start thinking about how to monetize. So right now I'm gonna try with like YouTube Shorts and just sort of try and get some traction there. Thing is, if that doesn't work, I really don't know what to do. I just don't really know what the avenue is to being more financially independent as an artist without just relying on commissions. I don't really want to rely on commissions. I want like bigger projects, but I don't know. I'm trying right now trying to convince my boys also to start a studio. I don't know though. I don't think they're really into it. A lot of them don't really like the business aspect of things. And I don't blame them. It really fucking sucks, but just part of the game, you know? Let's collab. What would you collab on, NFT? What would you do? Good question. Let me think. I think next year I'm probably gonna try and push toothpaste to see if he wants to do something. I don't know. We'll see though. I don't know how much time he has. I just kind of want to convince my boys to fucking collaborate on some projects, but they're all like, I don't know. I'm not getting the sense they want to. I kind of feel this way. I keep my living costs very low, so most of the income I can get, I can keep for the future. So I don't usually get stressed about getting jobs all the time no more. I see the thing in my case is I mean I have a mortgage. So I can't really just sort of like abandon ship on my life when it comes to sort of my primary job because I have I have to pay my mortgage, right? So and like that's a good thing it's a good problem to have, but it's also it means I'm sort of I'm tied to my job. I don't have the opportunity to just abandon ship, you know? I could go maybe try and find somewhere dirt cheap to live and then just rent my condo out while I'm living there and try to supplement my income that way. But then I don't know. My big concern is not being able to save up for retirement and like I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to consider. Right now my goal is to basically get my independent income up to about 80% of what I make now, and then that would give me a little bit more confidence to sort of be independent. I don't need to make exactly what I make now, but I need to make enough to supplement you know, the sort of the responsibilities I have financially. When I finish my project, I want to start creating smaller projects. So if you want to collab, it may be something to think about. Sure, man. I'm open to it. We'll see. It's yeah. I don't know like if I'll like hard dive into doing some major project, but if you want me to do like a scene or something like that, I don't mind trying to tackle that. You know, like a basic scene or whatever. It's wild that you can even consider retiring. For me, that's like the equivalent of like when boomers would tell you about the tooth fairy. I mean, I have a pension, right? That's another part of like why I don't want to leave my job or why I'm so tied to it and why I need to make sure that if I do leave, I am really in a position to sort of because I'd be giving up a lot, you know what I mean? Like I'm in a good financial position, and so it would be a major sacrifice to fucking just YOLO my life into like independent artistic creation. It's what I want, but the stability is a hard thing to sacrifice. Because right now I can retire, you know? But it just means I'm gonna have to work my fucking job forever, and I don't really want to do that. I'm gonna quit my job if I win the lottery. That's my plan. I would like to get some of my friends, like in my personal life, because they're all very skilled and they all work in the animation industry. I want to convince these fuckheads to put together like a pitch bible or some sort of like short and to try and pitch a show. But I don't think they want to do it. I think they're very doomer on like sort of like the chances of that working. And I'm trying to be like, look, I'll handle like the business side of things. – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – –– Out of my friends right now, it feels like I'm kind of the most grindy. I don't think a lot of them are as they don't crave sort of the independence as much as I do. I think it's because a lot of them are still in the animation industry, and so because of that, they don't feel like the pressure to do some more creative work. Whereas I crave the creative work so fucking bad right now because my job is so goddamn boring. You can never convince me, Snag. Don't even try. NFT, I want to work with you. There are. I want you to finish school, and I want you to focus on school, and I want you to get your draftsmanship up. And I think you're going to be a killer animator, but you really got to work on your draftsmanship, dude. Gasp. Sorry, big dog. You're almost at the level of a junior, but you gotta push a little harder on the draftsmanship. But you know this. That was a gasp of excitement. Okay, good. As long as you're not crying right now into your hands, into your palms. I mean, to be fair, the chances were already low, and now unless the investors hear something something AI, something 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 profit, they immediately tune out. Yeah, I guess. How would you go about doing the pitch? Well, I mean, there's a few ways to go about it. You typically what you do is you do a pitch Bible, right? So you do sort of like a PowerPoint presentation with sort of like the main characters, okay? And then this goes into the next PowerPoint presentation with another main character. Then this one goes into the next PowerPoint with the next main character. Then like maybe some world designs, and at the top you kind of have like a basic synopsis on what the story's about. And you typically want to have like a script for 1 or 2 episodes, not too much, because a lot of the times like if it's too much, executives are going to consider, they won't consider your work because it's a lot more difficult to change things when it's overly thought out. Whereas if you have like a general concept and like maybe like a style test, like a short or something like that to go along with it, then that could sell the idea. And I think the issue though is also, if I had a larger social media following, I would have more leverage to sell a show because then there would be more viewers that are going to watch, right? A studio is more likely to go with somebody who has a pre-established audience that they know is going to do well for them than a guy who has like no followers, which is sad and annoying, but it's kind of the way it is. Now, that's not to say you can get a pitch by or a show approved without like a following. You totally can. It happens all the time. But I just think you can give yourself more leverage by having a larger audience, right? Like if Smiling Friends, if like Psychic Pebbles was a guy who just who was like an obscure creator on the internet that nobody knew about, odds are he probably wouldn't have been greenlit to do Smiling Friends, you know? Now I don't know that for sure, but that's sort of my intuition. How close am I to being on the level of an entry level character designer, for example? Full honesty, Jadu, a few years off. Like you would, character designers are cracked. Like they are probably some of the most skilled like aspect of the industry. Like they are like the 1% of the 1% in the industry. Character designers are very 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 skilled. I don't even think I'd be on the level of like a character designer, to be quite honest. I just don't have like the speed, the consistency. Like there's a lot of stuff I'm missing. I have one friend who's a character designer, and when we were students, to be quite honest, she was already like professional level. No, that's not to say you can't get your skill up though, you know. But there, I'm just being real. That's all. Hopefully, that's not too discouraging. How about entry level in betweener? It's tough for me to say. I don't think I've seen a lot of your animation work. You know, I think the bar to entry for being an in betweener is probably a little lower in the animation industry in Canada. There's no such thing as like an in betweener really because we don't with rigs. There's no like key animator. Okay, you just do your whole scene. Like when I get a scene from production, I do the whole thing myself. There's no in betweener who does like the in betweens on my keys or anything like that. I do it all. And so from that perspective, it's hard for me to really say because I've never really worked in that industry. So I don't really know what the standard is. Hey, yo, Snack, do you have a recommendation for a tablet? I'm thinking of getting one for my PC, not just my iPad. Honestly, I don't really know that I'm the best guy to ask. I've just been using a Wacom 16 for like fucking 10 years now. Or not 10 years. I guess since like 2019, 18, something like that. So I don't really know. I don't really know. Get a Wacom 16, dude. Get an HD one if you're gonna do that though. I don't know. Like I feel like sometimes the way my drawings look is a little different than how like on social media is a little different than how they look on my tablet. It's a little weird, but to be honest, it's less about the specific job. It's more just being able to gain access so I can work my way up either way. I think like if you start okay, what I would recommend, Jadu, is I would recommend building like if you want to get into the animation industry, I would really recommend, and this just applies to anybody who wants to get into the animation industry. Build a portfolio with about 4 to 5 things, okay? And those things are a walk cycle. Literally, this is like exactly what should be in like a junior's portfolio. Walk cycle, like a basic profile walk cycle, a run cycle, a react cycle. So that's basically when a character sees something, has a reaction, right? They scrunch their head down and then they respond to that reaction and then they settle, right? That's a basic like a react and take. Okay? Because these are the things you're going to animate 90% of the time in all junior scenes. So that's what I would say you really need to focus on. Ready, Ramen? How you doing? Cat with the big rack? Oh, you know me too well, girl. Shit. Okay, so walk cycle or run cycle or react cycle. We call it react and take, or at least that's what they called it at my school. React and take. A lip sync. And if you want to be really extra, an acting scene that conveys some sort of emotion. This would be like the magnum opus, and I would put this as optional. I don't think I had one of these when I first applied to work in the industry, but everything else I definitely had in my portfolio. I didn't have. I had a walk cycle. I had a dog walk cycle. I had like a run cycle. I had a react and take. I had lip sync, and I had a couple other. I had like a sword fight animation I did with like like a rig that was done by like some girl in my industry. Dog, huh? Yeah. Quadruped cycle. The studio I applied to was doing some sort of like show with a lot of animals, so I figured it would be a good idea. But that's it. These things are really like these four more than anything are probably more than what you need. They're probably these are the fundamentals to getting a junior position in an animation studio. The issue today is that most studios are not hiring juniors. That's the big fucking like wake up call, okay? Is when I applied to the studio back in like 2020, juniors were being hired left and right because there was such a boom from the pandemic in terms of shows. Everybody was at home watching TV, so tons of people were getting jobs. Now it feels like you need to be a medium level animator to get your foot in the door. Just because a lot of the industry has sort of retracted in size. And so a lot of the studios now are being very selective with who they let in the door, knowing that they may not have work down the line. And if they want to retain people, they kind of want somebody that they can invest to who's got a track record of already having like a certain skill level. So it's a little bit harder to get in. It's not impossible, but it's definitely a little bit harder. And honestly, guys, like after a year of working as a junior, you're basically like you'll be teetering in towards intermediate level. So it really is just sort of getting that first year out of the way. So you could do it independent of working in a studio, but it's tough. Yeah. I find that confusing because there seems to be a lot more media available, but for some reason, no media jobs. I think it's because there was such a boom during the pandemic, there was an oversaturation of or an overhiring, basically. Like I'd be willing to bet, Jadu. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna look up Netflix animated shows graph. I don't know if there's a graph on this over time. Over time. Netflix show consumption over time. I'm trying to find some sort of statistic here. My guess is there was a big boom during the pandemic, which is why a billion people got hired. Netflix show consumption over time. I can't find anything post 2022, but there is a massive boom in like 2020, 21, and 2022. Netflix viewership graph. Let me see if I can find something here. I don't know. I can't find anything, but essentially, my understanding is there was a huge boom in the 2020s or like early 2020s during the pandemic, and then what happened was a bunch of studios overhired people. That boom didn't last because everybody started going back to work and there were less people consuming shows, and then the studios were stuck with excessive staff, and so they had to lay off a bunch of juniors. But now everybody who's a new junior is competing with juniors who have a year or two of experience. And so the standard for what is acceptable in terms of like the positions available is just higher now. Because there's so many more trained animators that are fighting for entry level positions that it's a little bit tougher to get in as a junior these days. Honestly, I'd rather work for myself with a Patreon or Substar than work in the industry. I mean, I would too. I don't know. It's that's easier said than done too, right? That's sort of my issue right now is finding out how to monetize effectively. Because the money I make now is just not enough to ever live off of. Like even if I didn't have a job or a mortgage or any financial responsibility, even if I lived with my mom, guys, I would not be able to afford to live with the money I make now off of Twitch. I make like $50 a month, okay? I'd be dead so fast. Make like no money off of streaming. So right now I'm trying to branch out to YouTube and see what I can pull off there. I'm not fully convinced that that's going to go well, but I'm going to give it a shot. At least with shorts for now. Pat says in the projects I worked on, they had artists doing different steps, rough, tie down, and cleanup. Yeah, I feel like indie studios are probably gonna have more pipelines like that. Larger, I assume you worked at mostly indie studios or smaller studios. But if you work at larger studios, they'll have key animators. Like I had we had animation. I every team had a supervisor. Okay, so I had a supervisor, and then that supervisor would go over my scenes every like 2 to 3 days, and he would give me a bunch of fixes, similar to how I give you guys fixes. Right? He'll give me a bullet, and he'll be like, on frame 32, change timing to this, right, or something like that. That's what he would do. And or proportions are wrong, or your thing isn't reading properly, or there's not a smooth fix your curve here, whatever. That's sort of like the revisions I would get. um Not every studio has that. I know like smaller studios don't really have supervisors running teams, and not only did I have a supervisor, so the structure at my studio was basically director, okay, and then the director would have animation leads. So this is a guy who basically defines the style for the show. And then with the lead, you would have supervisors, which would work alongside the lead to basically command their teams of juniors and intermediates and seniors. Actually, it would probably be like senior. Seniors got less supervision. Juniors and intermediates got a lot more supervision. Intermediates a little less. This was for the animation pipeline, right? That was sort of the and then production was like another side of this, where production would basically tell supervisors like, "Hey, you guys need to get your output up. You need to perform better, or the Disney doesn't like the way you guys are doing this, so you need to stick to the storyboards more." And then the supervisors would direct us, and that's how it would go. Okay, so this was sort of like the dynamic where the director would sort of tell the lead or work with the lead to get the style that they wanted, and then the supervisors would direct the seniors and the intermediates and the juniors to output the animation. And then the production would just sort of be like the big guy directing how things went. Nah, talking about the big projects I worked on, but it wasn't an animation, it was doing biz dev. Ah, okay. Like on the production side or something like that. Like the way it worked for us was we didn't do our storyboards in-house. The production company, like Disney would hire a production company to do their storyboards, and then we would get the storyboards and the lip sync, and then we would animate to the lip sync and the storyboards, essentially, based off of the storyboard timing. Netflix was really, really chill with storyboards, where you didn't really need to stick to the storyboard stylistically. You could kind of do your own thing so long as the timing kind of worked out and it linked up with the scene afterwards. Disney was insanely strict. You had to work like exactly on the minute, like on the second. You could not miss a beat with their storyboards. It had to be timed exactly the same with the exact same poses. There was like no flexibility. They were also fucking assholes, dude, because they didn't credit. Okay, so if you worked on a Disney show, your name wasn't in the credits. And they were just like the worst studio to work with. There was one production I worked with for them where we weren't allowed to use internet. We had to work in-house. I was full-time from home at the time. So I had to fucking go out to the studio, work offline in the studio because they were so sketched out with like leaks and NDA shit that I had to work offline on like a private server. And I wasn't even allowed to tell people I worked with what I was working on. It was like fucking wild. The studios would also eventually come by and they would like tour our studio, and they would get like on our ass if you had like materials that you left out. Like let's say you had like a toy from the show you worked on your desk, you would get in trouble for that. Tell us what Disney show you worked on if you're not in the credits. There's nothing to be leaked. Actually, there are some that I'm in the credits for. There are some that I'm not. I can't remember which one specifically. I've worked on 2 shows. I don't want to say which. Just out of paranoia. Jesus. Yep. My name's Snack, but close enough. I recently learned that one of my teachers worked on a cartoon that I used to watch a lot when I was a kid. Yeah, that happens. I mean, a lot of the guys that you work with in studio, it's kind of wild because a lot of them worked on like the shows you watched as a kid, you know? And it's like, damn. Bro, look it up. I'm really interested. I don't want to tell you guys though. You know? I need you to respect that, Frisky. I'm not telling you. Even if you work for Disney, even your gravestone will read copyright of Disney, property of Disney. That's right. No chance, buddy. I've been trying for a year. Rip. The spacing, I think, needs to be a little bit better here. This is what happens when I talk instead of actually doing my little lines here. For fuck's sakes, bro. Here it no longer makes sense, though. Bro, why are you so mad? Damn. To be honest, I don't really care that much. I feel like the things I care about the most, I'm already getting here. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Also, to be clear, it does make sense, okay? Because if you know what show I worked on, then you could just basically like look up what studio did it, and then you could just look at the other shows they worked on, and you could find me pretty easily. So it's like even if I don't tell you what show I was like, even if I'm not directly in the credits, it's not hard to figure out who I am just based off of that. You know what I mean? So it is a privacy thing. So it's just not gonna happen. I respect privacy. Good boy. I hate looking up tablets. Shoot me. I don't. I see that. I mean, Glad, what do you have like just what company do you want to buy from? Yo, Mythically Malaki, how you doing, big dog? I had Huion before, but I like my Wacom screenless tablet the most, so I think I'm gonna go with them. Look, I'm a Wacom slut, dude, so I think Wacom's the way to go. 1,000 subs, he'll tell you what he worked on. Actually, I'd probably never even mention that I worked in the animation industry again if I had 1,000 subs. Did you have bad experiences in the past where people got into your personal life? I mean, when I started streaming, when I had like 2 viewers, I remember I mentioned it once, and within like 5 minutes, somebody found out my name. Luckily, they were nice, and they just kind of DM me, and they were like, "Hey, dude, by the way, I found out like everything about you, just based off of that." And I was like, "Oh shit!" And so I basically deleted like all my social media. But it's not just that. It's I work in a like an industry that I would like to keep very separate from my online like activity. It's just a completely different industry. I don't want to mix those worlds, and so I don't want sort of a bridge between like my personal life and my private life. It's a weird like schizo personality trait of mine. I just don't like even at work when they take photos, I don't get in pictures. I just don't like it. It just makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. I do know why. So the main reason is I used to post under my name on like Instagram and stuff in the past, and it didn't bother me at all. But it just got to the point where like everybody I knew in real life was just like seeing me posting stuff online, and they would make me insecure about the things I post online, and it just made me feel weird. And so I wanted like a fresh start with full control over sort of my privacy. And so when I made like the cat snack account or whatever, I did it with like brand new emails. I did it with everything. I just really tried to separate the two as much as I could. Yeah, people are creepy with that stuff. They are. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't think people take internet privacy seriously enough. To be quite honest, I just don't think people do. I need to pee. Give it a good shake for me, would you? I think people treat internet privacy like way they take it way they don't take it seriously enough. I really think it's like a very big deal, and I think people should be a little bit more cautious about how they act on the internet, at least within the concept of being identifiable. I appreciate the separation between personal life and work life, especially since I view a lot of work activities as a kind of false bonding experience to kind of leverage more work out of workers. That being said, I did get a lot of shit because I didn't really want to attend a work party one time, and that's wild because I worked the night shift. So basically, to attend, I'd have to finish my night shift and spend my day off hanging out with people at work. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I also don't really want people that I work with to sort of watch my streams because it's gonna make me feel weird when I stream. I just don't like my personal friends. They know my views on it, and so they're pretty respectful and they're chill about it. But I don't really want my colleagues at work to sort of like watch my streams. Normies just don't really have the same sort of understanding about like internet etiquette as other people. So no, if anybody if I told people at work that I streamed, I guarantee they would show up to my stream and instantly just say my name. And it's not because they're trying to like dox me. It's just because a lot of people who aren't chronically online or who don't live that life just don't really realize the culture and the etiquette of sort of online anonymity. But I don't know. Sort of my view on it, I guess. People will spend hours trying to find your house on Google Maps. They got no chill. Yeah, no, it's true. I've known people who've been swatted, and like it's just there are way too many consequences to being publicly like to being a public figure. Okay, so it's just not something I'm interested in. I'm also not a like I know I talk a lot on stream, but I'm not a particularly I'm not antisocial. I'm just not like a very outgoing like I wouldn't want people to recognize me or talk to me or come up to me. Like it would just make me really uncomfortable. Yeah, I got that too. Art can be very personal, and I get kind of weird with people you know all your life. Yeah, I don't like showing my art to colleagues or people who don't know me through some sort of art context. It makes me feel weird. I don't like it, and so that's another reason. There's just a lot of reasons why I like that separation. Considering your views on privacy, I'm surprised you used a photo of yourself for your PNG tuber. Very ballsy of you, but boobalicious. Well, the nice thing with my PNG tuber is that, I can morph my form, so you never know what my real state is. Does he have tits? Does he not? Who knows? By the way, I have no idea if these lines are actually going to work. I don't think I like that very much. What if I did the whole way? I was keeping my points for the animation stream, and then you started animating. What do I do with them now? What points? Channel points. How many do you have? Not many, just 35K. Damn, bro. Save them for the gaming stream. It'll be faster if we split it and go halves. What game would you make me play? How mad would you guys be if you spent like a year and a half saving up for like the gaming redeem, and then I realized I actually really enjoy gaming, and then just started becoming like a gaming channel? Would you feel ripped off because you spent like all your points on something I do regularly now? Furry Hitler, is that a game? Or is that what you're calling me? A horror game? I don't know if I could play that on stream, dude. Isn't that TOS? A horror game? Wise Art Redeem speak French for 1 minute. Ok, il est 1h58 en ce moment et 51 secondes. On va continuer jusqu'à 1h59. J'ai pas grand chose à te dire en français en ce moment. Je fais juste dessiner. Ce que j'essaie de faire, c'est d'amplifier les valeurs des lignes à l'extérieur. Pour l'instant, sont comme un peu trop. Sont pas assez foncés. Et je trouve que si je suis capable de comme noircir la valeur des lignes extérieures, peut-être que je vais recevoir comme un plus gros pop avec le contour de mon dessin, mais on va voir. C'est vraiment quelque chose que je suis en train de comme expérimenter avec, mais je suis pas exactement certain si ça va aider ou si ça va même améliorer le dessin ou non, mais je sais pas. On va voir. Je vais essayer. C'est difficile de parler en français quand j'ai pas de sujet, mais. Anyways, it's been about a minute. Back to English. I hope you like that little transition. Frisky, tu veux que je t'appelle Frisky? It is a game. Horrible game, dude. I'm probably not gonna play a game called Furry Hitler, even if you redeem that. I will put a caveat on the thing where it's like, I reserve the right to not play insane games. It was good. I couldn't understand a single word. You don't speak French? I don't really like how dark it is, sort of on the contour here. I want it to contour. I just don't want it to be like as dark. Or there's just like inconsistency in the line quality. Quality Barrett talk. He said the name of the show he worked on, but only in French. That's right. I gave you guys my SIN number, my address, my personal cell number, everything really. I feel like the gaming redeem should say I retain veto power. Yeah, I think I should update it. I don't think anybody's anywhere near redeeming that, so do I like that dark outline? Can't tell. I certainly don't like that. What you drawing today, Snack? I'm drawing a lady. What up? Can't even choose a name. How you doing? I'm just kind of trying random shit out right now. I don't really know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna shave this little bump off her ass here. It's a little excessive. Maybe it wasn't actually. Maybe it worked. I just feel like there's something weird about the way it transitions into the leg. I got a six. A six on what? The sixth part of the redeem. I don't know how to say it in English. Her name is Greta. I want to learn French, but I so don't want to learn French. Don't bother, dude. Unless you plan on living in Canada. But if you want to work in animation, you're not gonna need it anyways. Unless you want to work in France, then you'll definitely need it. But sixth part of the redeem. I don't know how to say it in English. 1/6 of it. Okay. Oh, a sixth. I got a sixth. I understood a sixth of it is probably what I would have said. Yeah, I'm gonna curve the leg the other way. Just sort of. I don't like the outer curve there. I want it to like flow nicely, you know. Living in France sounds okay, I guess. There's so many studios over there. Yeah, might be too dark there. And maple syrup. That's true. And maple syrup. I have an idea here. I have an idea. Let's see. Do you use keyboard shortcuts or do you have like one of those Wacom button thingies? I literally don't. I don't know if you noticed, whenever I flip my canvas, I literally tap the button over here. I don't even have a flip canvas shortcut. I'm so bad. I have spacebar to move my canvas. I have my brush to use my brush. I have my eraser by flipping my pen. And that's it really. Color pick I have a button on my mouse, but I literally never use it. I press P to toggle between my brushes though. Right now I'm using the Jiwa pen and the KSM Soft Sketcher. The KSM Soft Sketcher is kind of like my core brush, and then the Jiwa pen is sort of the outliner that I use to sort of add contrast to the outer lines, like I'm doing right now. But that's it. I think what's throwing me off right now is that going back to using my Wacom means I can't zoom in and out as easily compared to when I draw on my iPad. My zoom is Alt and Space. Alt and Space bar. That's it. I just hold that and then pan in and out. Sorry for being annoying. Sometimes I just can't help myself. Sorry. You having an existential crisis? I'm not mad at you. I'm just never gonna tell you. I get the interest in like wanting to know sort of more about like my personal life. And trust me, the temptation's there to talk about it. It's just that I also recognize that, there's like for me it's I once it's out there, it can't be undone. Okay? So there's like it's just sort of one of those things where once the genie's out of the bottle, there's no fixing it for me. I think the only time I would actually sort of talk about myself and my personal life and who I am and all that stuff is probably if I like retired from my job. So if I'm like 60 and like gray and wrinkled and shit, then maybe you'll find out more about me. I have zoom and pen buttons on my Wacom. I used to do that. And then my button broke, and now I go back to like shift tab or whatever the fuck, or shift alt or spacebar alt. God damn it. Snack works for the Canadian FBI. How'd you know? You could also absolutely nuke all your online content and start again as Feline Meal. I think I'd probably do like Cat Sack, and I'd do the same PNG tuber, but he'd have a goatee. Old Snack. I'm not actually a mouse with boobs. Yeah, I know. Also, if I die, okay, I've been thinking of getting a will that just sort of, if I die, then you can release my personal info because I won't give a shit. I'll be dead. That's not an invitation to kill me, but I'll put a clause in there where if I die by like non-natural causes, then it cancels everything out, so people don't kill me. Imagine if you die and we all find out it's something completely mundane and not worth the amount of effort to discover. It probably is. Fuck. Inky Zachary, how you doing, big dog? Welcome in. I like your VTuber. Thanks, Clued. I feel like you've seen my VTuber like a million times. Really don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of doing stuff, and hopefully it looks good. Arrgh! But I like to remember it. Well, I appreciate you remembering it, dude. Never forgotten. I'm only worried that you'll only think that I'm an actual stalker and shit because of the stuff I say about hugging you and shit. I do actually understand the stuff about being careful. I'm not an asshole to cross that line, at least not actually. Well, that's good. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have any concerns about you being a stalker as of right now. Though who knows what the future holds. Yes, we may become a couple. Okay, well the concerns about being a stalker went up just like 10%. Only 10 though. I'm really dreading doing the feet, dude. I really don't want to do the feet. Do I want to do this? This might be excessive. Nah, it's gonna be too dark. I don't like that contrast. It's too much. Do pause instead. Actually, having big like paw sort of like slippers is kind of cute. Not gonna lie, kind of adorbs. We'll see. TBD though. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with that yet. Sometimes I find it genuinely difficult to toe the line between making dumb jokes online and being a weirdo. People can't really tell in your heart of hearts what you're thinking, so if you take jokes too far, they'll think you're serious. It's like joking about having a foot fetish will quickly get you lumped in with the foot fetish people. Yeah, I suppose. I like. I mean, I feel like, or like naturally, intuitively, I tend to assume most people are joking. I There's probably stuff that like people could do to make me think they're not joking, but in general, I assume most of you guys aren't trying to fuck me. Or actually, at least the ones who are trying to fuck me aren't going to actively try and find me, you know? I won't lie, I actually do like pause for this. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do too. It's not a bad idea. Like big sort of TBD. We'll figure it out. Good news, my tea didn't get cold, mostly because it's been iced tea. Bad news, I'm out of tea and I've been put to work in the chocolate factory. Send metaphorical help. Do you actually work in a chocolate factory? You're like a freaking Oompa Loompa, dude. That's sick. A capitalistic Oompa Loompa. They were slaves, so you got it better than an Oompa Loompa. Nothing wrong with the foot fetish. Like, it's not for me, but it's not even a little disgusting. I'm not really a big feet guy, personally. Sorry, I'm late, Snack. What are you apologizing for, dude? You get here when you get here, Sid. No pressure, okay? You live your life, girl. By the way, I saw your little chocolate balls the other day. That shit looked delicious. Nah, my mom makes chocolate boxes for her friends during Christmas and Easter. I see. So you are an Oompa Loompa. You are literally like doing free labor right now. I don't really know what the fuck this is. Hmm. I don't know if I like that. Do you draw differently when animating? I draw a lot quicker, a lot looser, and a lot probably not as appealingly, to be quite honest. So yeah. Mostly just because there's no like I couldn't bring every single drawing to this level of polish. It would take me like fucking 2 years to do like 20 seconds of like or like a second of animation. Sorry. Well, Mythical Malaki, hopefully your mom doesn't drug the chocolates and make people turn into inflatable balloons that just like fly up to ceiling fans and shit. I have faith in you that you'll be okay. I don't think she has. What do I know though? We'll see. Yeah, I don't think this is working. Ugh, I still have to do this fucking hand down here. I mean, I think sometimes it can be sexy in certain poses, but I just don't really think of feet in a sexual context. I'm not grossed out by them. I just don't really think they're that interesting. It's just not really my thing, to be quite honest. One said, "You're what you pretend to be, so be careful what you pretend to be." Yeah, I think I have a bad habit of being really hyperbolic when I speak sometimes, and I think on the internet it's it's actually it works to my advantage, but in real life it means I can sort of over like say dumb things unnecessarily sometimes. I think with the internet, because of like the fact that, there's the benefit of entertaining people, even if I overstep, there's some sort of like reward there where it was at least funny for people. But I think in balancing like real life relationships, it could definitely be an issue. Granted, I mean, I'm not like terrible at it. I just like it's been a thing like my whole life where I've been a little bit too unfiltered, I guess is the word. What's the thing on the girl's head? I have no idea. I just kind of like the shape when I was doing it. And this was supposed to be a little skull guy. I still don't know how I feel about him, to be quite honest. I don't hate it. I don't know. I feel like the shapes could be better, you know? We'll figure it out. Dokumademo. Looks like an origami rose. An origami rose. Oh, this thing. This? I just kind of like it was like a dumb. It kind of looks like the YouTube play button now that I look at it. It's kind of like a dumb little shape. I don't know. It was like I like the idea of having like just like half done dog shit like scribbles on like a really fully rendered thing. There's something really charming about that like look to me. So I'm trying to pull that off. I don't know if it's gonna work, but like if I just had like really dog shit sort of like I originally had like a tattoo of like a cheap little smiley face. I don't know. The sailor. Isn't that the YouTube logo? Yeah, exactly. It's not my. That wasn't my goal though. I just kind of coincidentally drew that by moving. I basically just did this with my hands, and then eventually it just sort of turned into the play logo. I didn't. It wasn't planned. I don't know. Right now, I just don't know how to like fix it, so I'm probably just gonna leave it because it's not terrible. It's a little weird, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, I gotta figure out the legs, the feet, and the hands, and then I'm just gonna say this is done. There's probably more I could do, but I don't wanna. I will darken this a little bit, actually. It looks good. I like the flow. I think the gesture came out really nice. Like it curves like this, and then all of these sort of lead up to the face. I want to have like some strings here. I was gonna make her like doing like a little puppet dance thing. I don't really know how to make that work though. But I basically these strings were also gonna lead up to the face. This was all gonna lead up in that direction. This is kind of the only one that's kind of off. But if I have this sort of link into there, I think it'll work fine. One thing I will say is this I think could be a little bit more. Whoa. Curved. Yeah. That versus that. Stronger curve there. Hey, Snack, it's me, a completely new viewer. What up, Let Me Chill? How you doing? Funny that you know to call me Snack. Most new viewers call me Cat. Weird. It's like you were meant to know me. Maybe the shirt pattern could have led the eye. Yeah, the issue is I want to also sort of like make sense of the form. And so I'm using those lines to sort of inform the shape. You are right though. Originally I did try to have sort of some centering lines that led up to the eye, like some sort of like suspender or something that went up like this. I just couldn't really pull it off. I could try and do something like I don't know. I could pull it off. French ass outfit, yeah. Okay. Time to do the stuff I don't want to do, like the hand and the legs. The legs I might actually need to pull some reference for. The hand I have reference for, so I'm gonna use that. You guys can't see it though, because it's literally me, shirtless in my living room. Just trust me. So many new viewers, Prime. I'm happy for you. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Hey, now you added the ass yourself. Sometimes I gotta shush up the comments. Make you guys sound a little funnier. Do I want to draw a little guy here? I feel like that's gonna take a really long time. I don't know. I don't know. I'll decide that by the end. Depending on how much I want to keep drawing this shit. NFT, you've used your own command like fucking 10 times today, dude. What's going on, big guy? Three. Mm-hmm. I want that line to be a little lighter. It feels like it's very distracting right now. Same with like the outer line on the knee here. I just don't want it to draw the eye in as much. Can I get a command too? I don't even know what I want to do. I just think it's funny to type my own name and see something pop up. You're gonna have to talk to Boba. I don't do any of the commands. I've never asked him to do a single command. I've never like every command we have was just created because Boba felt like it. I don't know what purpose, who prompted him. I just don't complain about it. I don't know how the commands work at all. I just kind of let my mods do whatever they want. Okay, I think that works a little bit better. I just want a little more connection here. Okay. Let's get more line weight on the breastises. Just so it really feels like it's in front. I just realized, is she wearing paw slippers or something like that? You're so observant. I cycled through like three different insults there, and then I landed on observant. I was trying to say observant the whole time, but I really don't know if I'm going to do this, but I do need to do something on the legs. First of all, I need to figure out the foreshortening. I like the cat-like energy she has. Okay, I'm gonna look up some like animal slippers, and then we're gonna adopt those animal paw slippers. A lot of these kind of suck, dude. I do kind of like these. I just don't know how to. Oops. I don't know how to do them like the fur is a weird texture to do. I could send some really interesting trainer art that's based off of animal paws I found on Twitter. Sure, go ahead. I don't really know what to use right now, so I'm open to it. I'm merely heightening the stream quality from 160p to 360. Can it not go higher? Doesn't it go to 1080? I threw an art chair? Alright, let me take a look. Oh, damn. Okay, these are actually fucking sick. All right, hell yeah, dude. All right, that's sick. Okay, we'll do that. That's way doper than what I was doing. I'm just gonna run to get some water and take a piss real quick. I'll BRB. When's the next ad? I should see if we gotta run some. Just to get it out of the way. Half hour? Alright, whatever. We'll just let it go. I'll be right back. Okay. It's done. No more. I'm almost free, besties. Until tomorrow, at least, I think. My cousin got me a pair of cat paw socks. They're really cute. Trust. Oh, I believe you, dude. What's the general shape here on these? I'm gonna just do a little study real quick. Something like that for the toes. Never mind, not free yet. Uh-oh. Back to work. Deer sightings. Whoa, yo, what up, Emmy? How you doing? Deer sightings. Thank you for the raid, big dog. Shit. Welcome in, welcome in. What were you up to today? Actually, I know what you were up to because I was lurking in your stream earlier. Ooh, secret. I was looking at your stream. I know you were doing art. But let me give you a little shout out. Huh? That's right. I know who you are. I creep. All right. I dabble. I dabble in the sleuthing. I was making eggs. Uh huh. Sure you were. I seen your little anime babe, dude. You can't lie to me. I know what kind of man you are. All right. Also, welcome in, dude. You were doing art. Do you want to share anything? Thank you for the raid. How's it going, man? What have you been up to today? Just rendering mostly. Do you want to share anything from your recent stream and or, previous stuff if you're not done and you want to share whatever you want? Trying to make some progress, but it is a slow day. It has been a pretty slow day, I won't lie. Gail Kaiser, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We are also doing anime babes of sorts, kind of. I don't know if you could call this style anime, but it's something. It is definitely anime. I'm trying to give her fur boots, so you caught me in the middle of doing like a little study of like some badass furry boots and shoes just to see if I could adopt them into my own sort of thing. Sure, I could share a whip. Let me grab a link. Yeah, drop it on me. Lay it on me, big dog. Okay. And while you're doing that, everybody from Deer's chat, my name's Snack. I'm a little mouse guy. I draw. I animate. Do a little bit of everything, you know, mostly draw and animate. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I draw stuff like this. I draw stuff like this. I draw ladies like this, you know, stuff like this. We do some animation stuff. My animation is stuff like this. Where the hell is my... Oh, those look so good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Likewise. Here's some animation stuff we've been doing. It's a little sketchy right now, but we'll tie it down eventually once I'm less lazy. So yeah, that's sort of what we do. That's a bit of me. And right now we're working on this. Also, dear, you don't need to ask permission for links. You can just drop it. Okay, there you go. Excelente. Look at this. Look at this, guys. We got some anime babes. You guys think I draw anime babes? Check this shit out. I'm gonna put it on the top layer so it's not like spliced in the middle of my drawing here. Really nice stuff, dude. I mean, I saw you doing this earlier. It looks dope. Do you have an Instagram, Twitter, you know, Tumblr, friggin' Reddit, whatever, Rule 34, whatever you got, dude? If you want to do a little shout out to yourself, get a little bit of clout off the raid, go for it. Drop some links. You're a sick artist, bro. I appreciate you raiding me. And also, you know the drill. If you got a dip, if you got shit to do, you got to take a fat poop, whatever you got to do, you're hungry. Okay, hopefully those two actions are separate, but if you gotta do any of those things, feel free to take off and go do that. You don't have to hang out here, but I do appreciate you raiding in, bro. How's your day been? I'm just gonna move this so I can focus on my lady, and then if you got any... Failed captain with a rate of 10. Damn, we're getting friggin' wombo comboed with the raids. What's going on, bro? We've been getting so many raids lately. Hello, what up, Cap? How you doing, dog? How you doing? Actually, Failed Cap, while you're here, we actually just got rated by Deer Sightings. He shared this drawing. Fantastic artist. While Cap's audience is here, might as well go take a look, you know? And also, Cap, what were you working on today? I know you were 3D modeling. I know your ass was 3D modeling. So if you're willing to share whatever you were working on, go ahead, dude. Cool. We here to enjoy Cat Snack Art. My handles are pretty much the same on Insta and Twitter. Hell yeah. All right, well, I'll write them down here. At, presumably, Deer Sightings. Do you see a lot of deer in your life? What was the inspiration behind the name? At Deer Sightings on pretty much everything. And Failed Cap, if you want to draw, if you want to share any art, if you want to do anything, feel free to drop some links. Tell us a little bit about you guys. I've never seen one in my life. Stolen Valor, dude. What's going on, bro? I expected more from you, dear. With a name like that, I thought you were just swimming in deer. Crazy. Stream was good. Was splitting the character for printing. Boring stuff that has to be done. I get it. That's sort of how I feel with, like, cleanup and shit. I'm a fraud. I'm sorry. It's okay, dude. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not a real furry. I just LARP as a furry for the clout, okay? But we're a normie in real life. It disappoints my chat whenever I remind them, but I've never yiffed once. I've never even used VR chat in my life, okay? It's all about the branding. So I get it, dude. Don't worry. We're kin, all right? Not a real furry? I know. I'm sorry to break you the news. but we're a big phone. I'm a big fat phony. The name comes from bird watching. I just thought it was funny. It was deer instead. But yeah, bird sightings. Okay, I get you, dude. I have a buddy who's like a very, very hardcore bird watcher. It's an interesting hobby. It's like Pokemon catching, you know? Failed Cap, stream was good with splitting a character for printing, boring stuff that has to be done. Well, look, let me shout you out, Cap, and if you want to let everybody know where they can find your art, Cap, feel free to drop your links. I know where to find you. You rate us all the time. But for everybody else who's new here, also Milky Yopi. Thank you for the follow. Crazy name, dude. I love it. Milky Opie. You know how you talked about pretending to be something and eventually turning into that thing earlier, Snack? Yeah, I do remember that. I remember that. Deer sightings. Thank you for the follow, big dog. Okay, I'll be lurking as I get some tea and wind down. Have a good stream, boss. I appreciate you coming out, dude. Appreciate the raid. I'll catch one of your streams another time, all right? You take care. Peace, big dog. Oh, I asked Niche about her VTubing thing. She uses Wardo and she does art. It has documentation on how it works on their website. Okay. For context, guys, I had asked Failed Cap if he knows anything about setting up 3D VTubers. Z-Dodo Bird. Thank you for the follow. Z-Dodo Bird. Where's that? How's that? That sounds familiar. I don't know why that sounds so familiar to me. What a familiar sounding name. Sick art, dude. Sick name. It sparked something in my brain. I don't know where, like, I've seen the name before. Oh yeah. Well, yo, Failed Cap, if you want to drop some links, you know the drill. More than willing to take some links on. Shoddy30, Sade, thank you for the follow. Oh, Zenodo Brain is a very cool artist. That's probably what it is. I bet you I've been looking to raid out, and I bet I've seen you live or something like that. That's probably it. I may or may not have been around Twitch. I feel you. I get it. There's somebody in the animation industry that I knew of that went by a similar name to you, that did like a lot of rigging and stuff like that. Loving the art. Thank you, Sade. We're trying to do like some sort of like furry style. Well, not furry, but like animal like paw type slippers here on this lady. I don't really know how to tackle that though, so we're figuring it out. Hashtag doxed. That's right. I don't think it's the same person though. I think the other person goes by a different name. It just sounds very similar. Sorry, but I need to run for dinner and pet the cat. I'll be lurking. All right, peace, dog. I appreciate the raid as always. Have a good night, Failed Cap. Kit Cut, what up, dude? How you doing? You know, I'm very surprised that nobody from my community's redeemed the Do a Jiggle redeem yet. Every time I get like big raids, they try and embarrass me by doing like the worst redeems imaginable. Z-Dodo Bird, do you like to stream art? Actually, you know what? I could just creep you right now. I have a mouse to my right here, so I can click on you and see what we got. I'm stalking right now, dude. We're sleuthing. Oh, I see you were doing some Freerin stuff. I see you. I see you, dude. I'm not spending my precious points on pointless stuff. What are you saving up for, dude? I do a bit. Hell yeah, dude. Well, that's sick. I give you a follow, Zidodo, so I'll probably pop in next time. We'll say hello. I'm in my networking arc, okay? I'm trying to make friends on Twitch with other streamers. Saving points for the ASMR redeem? Fuck, dude. That just sent a shiver down my spine, and not in a good way. Whenever people say they want to redeem the ASMR thing, I genuinely take it as a threat. I don't know why I still have that redeem. It's so fucked. Thanks, dude. No worries, big dog. I love the ASMR Redeem title. What is it again? I forgot. I said it's something daddy, right? It's ASM Army Daddy. I'm so fucked. Why would I put that? Old Snack was like insane. Why was I such gooner bait, dude? I'm not even gooner bait anymore. I'm freaking I'm a wholesome chungus now, dude. Making friends on Twitch is fun. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. I find when I first started streaming, for whatever reason, it was a lot easier to make friends on Twitch because a lot of people that I sort of became friends with were like early on, like when I was like a very, I mean, I'm still kind of a small channel, but I mean, like a much smaller channel, right? And so I find it interesting that I find as I've gotten a little bit more accustomed on Twitch, it's been a little bit more difficult to make friends. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like a seasonal thing where people are more willing to make friends at different times of the year. Maybe I'm just getting bad at it. It could also just be that like the more people you meet, the harder it is to maintain every individual relationship. So it kind of gets like it's not like a chore, but it is definitely like a lot more effort to sort of keep that meter up. Dude, you're a mouse with magic titties. I don't see how you're not still not insane. I don't see how you're still not insane. Was insane? I mean, right now I don't have titties. I'm just a normal mouse guy. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. And it's not that every interaction is like devalued. It's just that there's only so much time an individual person could put into to sort of communicating with people. And it feels like sometimes like especially like when you follow a lot of people on Twitch, as you do as a streamer, right? You just end up meeting a lot of people through raids and stuff like that. My follow channel list gets really really long, and I end up in a situation where whenever I'm trying to lurk, the way Twitch works these days is you only can really offer two lurks to channels. They changed the system, so now you can't lurk in like multiple streams. It's like capped at two, and so I have to like choose, but it's like choosing like which child you want to let fall off the cliff, dude. I don't know. It's I mean it's not that dramatic, but you get what I'm saying. It's like I just don't like it, you know. I wish I could fool the advertisers into giving everybody money, but unfortunately that's just not how it works anymore. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I know. I like supporting everybody. I know. Guys, I'm telling you, if I was a billionaire, I'd be adopting artists like the classic era billionaires. They would just keep artists in their house to like make shit for them, you know? We need to bring that back. We need to bring back artist welfare programs via billionaires. Wholesome snack when snack has a D command is amazing. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mythical Malaki. No idea. Easy, let the smartest, most developed child fall off. How does that work? They literally did bring that back. It's called Patreon. I don't have anything to offer on Patreon. I feel weird about like setting up a Patreon with no like perks. And I'm just so strapped for time that I don't have a lot of time to like dedicate towards membership perks and stuff like that. It wouldn't feel right, you know? I have too many friggin' things open right now. Let me move some shit away. Okay, less stuff on my canvas right now. You don't want them to grow up and rival your authority? Bro, I'm not like a medieval king. I'm not gonna get usurped by my cousin or my like brother or whatever. I guess if you're a billionaire, maybe there is like the risk of like people actually trying to fuck you over because there's a lot of money on the line, you know? I wonder if I'd be an evil billionaire or a good one. I feel I'd be like a cartoon villain, you know? I'd probably be like I first of all, I'd be low key. I'd be one of those billionaires that nobody knows about that are only like rumored through conspiracy theories. Okay, and I would just do dumb shit like rent out entire hotels or whatever. Snack just wants to draw for one singular billionaire. That would be nice. Just being a little art mule for some rich guy. Sounds kind of nice, I'm not gonna lie. It could have the opposite effect. The smartest, most developed kid may thrive in the environment where you're not around to stifle their creativity. I don't know if I don't know if I'm the stifling type. Do we want to add shadow there? I don't think we do. I am just gonna leave it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna paint this afterwards, and for that reason, I'm not gonna go too hard on the rendering. Or any harder, I guess. I have gone pretty hard already, but I'm not gonna go much harder. It could have the opposite effect. Oh, I read that. Oopsies. I like to reread the same messages over and over. It just reminds me that I'm actually aging and I'm becoming senile and I can't keep track of linear communications anymore. So it's tragic, really, but what are you gonna do? Happens to the best of us. If I were a billionaire, I would buy an island and let some weird guy run it. So after he'll get caught, there'd be a lot of memes and stuff. So you'd be like, you'd facilitate Jeffrey Epstein. Is that what you're saying? That's on brand for you. I'm not gonna lie. Is it low key enough? I mean, it's kind of high key considering that's like national news right now. It's like the most high key thing there is. Okay. Where would the ankle be? Somewhere like here-ish. The heel on my freaking paw foot thing. No one would know it's me. Are you sure? I feel like that'd be hard to hide. If there was like another financier financing Epstein, I feel like we would know it. See, that just looks boring to me. That pose is just too boring. Okay, what I gotta do is I gotta go a little crazy with my hard commitment pen. I mean, to be fair, we still don't know who's on the list. That's true, but I don't think like I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't think that's what KitKat's talking about. Hello, furry thing. What up, Rumby? How's it going, Rumboyd? Dear Raid. That's right. How you doing, Rumboyd? Remember to make pee. I'm making it right now, dude. It's cooking. It's just not ready. Not ready for consumption. Still in the factory. Rumby not sleeping, day number 258. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a time where I've streamed where this guy wasn't already live. And then I go to bed, come back, and he's still live. And then I go to work, I come back and he's still live. And then he goes offline for a couple hours and then he's live again. How long you been streaming now? 32 hours. Very nice, dude. Very nice. You're imagining things? Bro, 32 hours is more than a full day. You know that, right? Maybe she's just sleeping every time you look away in micro sleeps. I don't think so. I've been following Rumby for a while now. And I think I've noticed the pattern of this guy just always being live. Okay, I gotta switch this up. Whoops. What layer did I draw that on? Trying to think of like how this would line up in perspective. Maybe he's sleep drawing, like sleepwalking, you know? I feel like if Rumby could do that, he would though, you know? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility for Rumby. I just don't like this gesture. I feel like this sort of leg like breaks up the gesture. I gotta see if I can fix this. Feels like she's missing a little bit of her leg there. I'm wondering where you're sleeping and on what. Sid, feel free to plead the fifth on that one. You don't have to reveal your sleep patterns, okay? It's not sleeping, it's slipping. Much more intriguing. Oh shit, I totally misread your message. That makes it even funnier, dude. Yeah, where are you slipping these days? Sid, I feel like you change your name like every week. Am I crazy? Am I just like schizo and like this has been your name forever, or have you always changed it? I feel like it's been multiple different things now. I only changed it once. So Sydney slipping is like recent then? I don't know. I really don't like how this is coming out. I gotta keep trying, guys. I can't abandon ship yet. I may actually need to just grab some reference. I don't think I could draw like a foot at this angle without some like hardcore reference. I'm gonna move on to drawing the arm. Kind of recently, you can only change your name every few months. I don't even know you could change your name. I have about 5 different names across various platforms because I can't be bothered to change my name on some of them. The only time I ever choose a different like handle is because Catsnack's already taken. There's some guy who like breeds horses or like takes care of horses who goes by Catsnack on like every freaking social media. And so I can never lock down the name. Bro breeds horses, defo a furry. What up, Mr. Helly Man over on YouTube? I didn't say me. I'm not the guy who breeds horses. Cat Snack is the guy who breeds horses, okay? The original Cat Snack. I'm the second one, all right? I'm stealing his steez. Do you even know who I am? I'm pretty sure you're Frisky. Pretty sure. Yeah, good. See? I remember my names, the names of my followers sometimes. Verbanter. Hello, Mr. Cat Shack. How you doing, big dog? Actually, you know what's funny, Verbanter? I was thinking of a name for a studio, and Snack Shack was like one of them. If ever I made a studio, what would I call it? I might also just name it something completely unrelated so that it doesn't like link back to me in any way whatsoever. I suppose it's the double entendre because I do be slipping downhill in life too. Do you? Bro, what is going on? The viewership on Twitch is so weird, dude. It jumps like by like fucking massive numbers and then drops by massive numbers and then it's like all over the place. I don't really get how it works. I doubt it's the fact that like 20 or 30 people just show up and then leave all at once. That seems weird. Pissport Studios? I don't know if that would sell well. It sounds really funny. Urinal Cake Filmworks. You know how like every like studio has like that little audio clip at the end of like something? Mine could just be like the sound of like piss hitting a urinal. Would that be too insane? It's probably too insane. Very fitting. Thank you, Sade. I feel like Sade knows me too well already, dude. I don't know why. If you think that's fitting, you fit in, you know? For more privacy, you could name it Dog Snack or something. That way no one will notice. That's right. And I could be the CEO of Dog Snack. I could just name my studio KitKat underscore underscore. Would you sue me if I did that? Yeah, just like pissing sounds and then a zipper sound, you know? Bro, that needs to be done. Maybe one day. You'd be too popular that way. What's the origin of your name, KitKat? Everyone knows me? Is that true? If I Google KitKat, am I speaking to a celebrity right now? How come you haven't been retweeting me, dude? You're here all the time. You gotta help me get clout. What are you doing? I'm gonna give my chest a little stretch, dude. My I can't think of the word. My scapula is killing me. Give me a sec. They'd visit and ask, "You're that famous Kit Kat." It would be kind of tiresome. Yeah, well, I mean, that way I could commit crimes, and then you're the one who gets in trouble, not me. Kitkat or Katkat's a village located in Mamun, Tehsil, Bajur district, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. How do I pronounce that, guys? Is that working? If I sound a little far, it's because I'm stretching my shoulder right now. And Peck. I'm amazed that you bothered. I never give up an opportunity to mispronounce foreign words. You should have seen me speaking German like a couple weeks ago. Ooh. Oh my god, dude, my shoulder's killing me. You should keep yapping more. That way I don't have to draw as much. I can be distracted and just talk. I don't know why my shoulder hurts so much today. It's because I was drawing all afternoon last night. That's why. I've literally like in the last 2 days, I think I've been drawing for like fucking like almost close to like 20 hours. Where are the paws? I'm trying to figure out the general perspective first, and then I'll try and think of design elements. I'm pretty popular, just low key. I see. I'm gonna Google KitKat. I found a girl on TikTok called KitKat. Actually, it's just a video about what is a KitKat. You know what's really annoying? When you open TikTok, it just auto plays videos. Why the fuck would it do that? That's so whack, you know? I don't like that at all. I don't like that feature. We love a thorough artist. That's right. I sleuth, dude. I'm a little spy. As low key as the island you mentioned earlier. That's right. Like he's talking about his illegal criminal island to a chat of 80 people right now. Any tips on gestural drawing if you're just making it up? I'm just trying to practice getting good flow on characters and pose. Search for shapes is what I would say. So if I were to like draw something from scratch here, I'd start really loose and gestural and just sort of see what kind of abstract shapes I can identify in my squibbles or my squiggles, you know what I mean? And then tie it down layer after layer. So here, I mean, I always start with like a head or like a circle. And then here I can maybe see like a shoulder or something. That's sort of like whenever I'm doing ideation, this is sort of how I'll do it. You know, and then, you know, if you want to define the eyes here a little bit. And now I'm starting to think, okay, gesture. How do I make this have a gesture? That right hand lifted perfectly in the German position. No. No, it's not. I'm just trying to think of like a gesture here. And in that case, maybe I have to pull some stuff away. No, she's just saying she's putting her heart out to the world, you know, people. Okay, well now I'm changing this. Can't have anything with you guys. I swear to God. New pose. But yeah, this is sort of how I would ideate, okay? And then from here, I'd do new layers, lighten things up, switch things up, tweak things. I tend to default to a lot of like similar poses. Now I'm just thinking of where I want to place the legs. If I even want to do legs. Maybe I just want to do cylinders for now and figure it out later. You know, I'll just kind of jump all over the place and see, and then just go in and be like, okay, what areas do I want to explore or flesh out? In this case, I'm always drawn to the face. You know that. And I think that's probably where most people should be drawn. So now I'll go in and I'll just sort of flesh things out a little bit. Something like that. You know, blah, 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 blah. That's sort of how I ideate, and then you could also start with a gesture if you want to like if you want to pick a gesture off like I don't know Pinterest or something like that. You could start with a gesture and build off of that and use that as a base and then change things up. This started off actually as I found an image online that I really liked. Okay, and then I took that. I'll show you guys the reference actually, but I didn't like the pose specifically, and there were things I wanted to tweak about it. But it gave me like an idea of like a launch pad of what I want to work off of. So let me pull up the image I used as a starting point for this. Where is my poses? This is sort of the pose that I started with. And I was like, oops. I was like, I kind of like that. But then as I did it, I was like, how could I improve this gesture? Because this gesture here is like, it's not bad, but it's a little weird. I don't know that I necessarily like every aspect of it. And so what can I do to change that or streamline it? I didn't like this whole like zigzaggy thing here. I wanted like more of like a flow. And so originally, like her leg is out like this. I thought if I brought the arm up, I could create like a flow going through the pose a little bit cleaner like this. And sort of, but this is what I started out looking at. And I was like, how can I change this to sort of suit my needs a little bit more? I like the arm. I didn't like the direction of the arm because I wanted the face to be the focal point. And so I changed the angle of the arm so that it comes up to the face here. Instead of like, you know, if you're following the arm, you basically have to pivot like this to get to the face. And I didn't like that. This kind of helps redirect to the face a little bit, but all the flows I'm looking for just weren't there. And this arm coming out in front here, having this arm like this, helps also redirect up to the face. So everything I'm doing is to serve the focal area that I want people to look at. But that's sort of what I started with, and then I worked off of that. Can you make a short sketch view from the ground below her head towards her back legs? What are you talking about? Like a different perspective where you're standing here looking up her skirt? No, you freak. I'm not doing that. What do you think? Who do you think I am? I'm a gentleman, dude. I'm a feminist. I'm not doing that shit. Do you think they call it drawing because people are drawn to look at the images? I have no idea. That's a good question. I think he wants to look down her top. I don't think there's really much to see here. She's got like a little collar thing, but it's pretty like skin tight. I don't think you'd see much. Cat's back exuding feminism. That's true. I'm woke and soy, guys. I've told you this like a million times. Okay, I'm gonna take my other brush and I'm gonna get rid of this lady. This lady doesn't matter. And I'm gonna do a jiggle. Oh, you know it jiggle, dog. You know it be jiggling. The German lady, which one? You talking about Glad? It's because you leave your secret furry art in the special drawer. You guys are projecting a little bit. There's no secret furry art, guys. Oh, that German lady. I see. Not a German lady. I'm tired, guys. Jiggle and run. Are the titties not up still? They're still here. Or are you saying you're taking off now? Thanks for stopping by, Damon. I appreciate you. P.S. Hi, y'all. Doing good? I'm doing good. How you doing, Coco? Flat is back. Owned. Owned, dude. We're back. Not so big, dog. What's going on? What's going on, Knifey man? Why you sounding sad, huh? Why not so big? I really struggle with designing appealing shoes. It's kind of an issue I have. Them honkers are out. Not big as with them. In and out real fast, like a titty flashbang. That's what they called me in high school. Okay, I think we're not going with the mannequin idea. I think we're just gonna keep it basic. And I'm drawing boots, guys. I'm not drawing paws. I just couldn't make it work. Rip paws. I know. Titty Flashbang would be a really funny stripper name or a band name. Yeah, probably. Snack pretending to have ever attended high school. What do I give homeschool vibes, dude? I'm socialized. I'm not one of those like those dogs that doesn't know how to go near other dogs, you know? You know, like the overprotective parents that never walk their dogs and so their dog ends up being like a lunatic. That's not me. I got to sniff tons of ass and hold up. I was gonna I was gonna say something there and I was like, oh, that's gonna get clipped. Way out of context. More like no school vibes. What you think I'm dumb? You think I'm uneducated? Snacks a socialist confirmed. I'm a capitalist, boys. That's why I'm trying to make money. Ugh, it's just so boring. I gotta get better at like footwear design, dude. I gotta stop neglecting practicing footwear. Footwear is just so fucking bland, dude. I don't even think you'd see like much of the boot on that side. It's not boring. To me, it is. I think my standard is for myself is a little higher. I think I need to be better, and it frustrates me when I can't be. Everything's also on different layers right now, which is also bothering me quite a bit. I gotta merge these. That's on that layer. That's on that layer. That's on that layer. Okay, I'm gonna look up some Pinterest references for some shoes right now. I don't really know what the hell I'm doing. like this. It's not boring. Make the Mirror's Edge shoes. They'd be so cool. Read chat, you fucking rat. Mirror's Edge shoes. Frisky. Frisky, you're out here trying to get me to tell you all of my personal information. And you're out here acting like a lunatic. That doesn't inspire confidence in your confidentiality, you know? No need for slurs here. He's a mouse. That's right, Knifey. You tell him. You said clip it, right? Clip what? I said I'm going to stop myself from talking to not get clipped because I was about to say something dumb. Also, a big dog sometimes. That's true. The lesser being checks out. Uh-huh. Hmm. I don't really get shoes. Shoes are so weird. Okay. Sydney, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Resubscribe for 6 months. Sorry. Wait. You resub for 6 months? Thank you for the 3 months, but thank you for the 6 months subscribe. That's crazy. Already? Damn. Time flies when you're having fun, dude. The boobage is gone? Yeah, Damon. It got, like, unredeemed by Knifey the second you left. Mockbox, thank you for the follow. That's a sick name, dude. I love that it rhymes. Much like Cat Snack, you know? Hopefully he'll still be here in 6 months. Why wouldn't I be? That sounds so ominous. What are you gonna do to me, dude? These are like cartoonishly large. I don't know if I like that. Thanks. No worries. Thank you. Mockbox, hi. You guys know each other? It's you who said you'd randomly disappear at some point. That's true. I may just randomly disappear at some point. But I'd probably tell you guys. Maybe. I don't think I'd like spontaneously vanish. Music got me like bopping, dude. Hell yeah. They're also in Kasem streams? Damn. That's dope. I'm using Kasem's brush. Well, welcome in, Mockbox. I appreciate you popping by. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to draw boots. I don't know if I like the comedically large boots, but... Snack, please at least stay for 6 months so my money doesn't go to waste. I plan on being here at least 6 months. And technically, it's only 3 months, right? Because you sub for 6, and you're 3 months in, right? Unless you redid your 6 month sub. I love huge boots. I don't hate them. I just don't know how to get it to work well right now. I also still got to do this hand. Oh my god, there's so many things I don't want to do right now, but yeah, I'm actually not sure. I'm confused about my subscription cycle now. Yeah, that happens to me too. I'm subbed. I got 6 month subs to one or two guys, and it always says like renewing your 6 months, and it's like I don't know how it works. Y'all need some torturous song requests? Do we really? DM Dakuro Inc. She kind of reminds me of Conan. Oh, from Naruto? Maybe. Maybe I'm tapping into my subconscious Naruto brain. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I'm confused of my subscription cycle. It'd be so funny if you just banned them because they asked to stay. Who? I never liked huge gloves and boots and designs. I don't fuck with Mickey Mouse shit. The anti-Disney guy, dude. I don't know if I'm really fucking with this either, dude. So if it makes you feel any better, it's probably not gonna last. I also realize I'm drawing on my base layer. I really should just be doing this on another layer. I think that's more appropriate size-wise. Hates the Kingdom Heart aesthetic, relatable. Actually, I have a funny story. My teacher in college during life drawing class would exclusively play the fucking like Kingdom Hearts like 3 hour playlist, and he did it every single class for like 2 years. Okay, every single life drawing class, we listened to like the fucking Kingdom Hearts OST, and I hated this teacher. He stressed me out so much. I could not stand this guy. Okay, he hated the way I drew, and so he'd always try and fix the way I did like my life drawing and shit. I fucking hated him. Anyways, it's not important. I was a stubborn student, but because of that, whenever I hear like the Kingdom Hearts OST now, it just like stresses me out. I get like a cortisol spike. Feel free to hip it if it's too. Feel free to skip it if it's too heavy. I'll consider it. Is it not because Mickey's naked upper body? What kind of question is that? Just like the just make her completely shirtless with big red pants. Simple and clean. The thing is, I don't mind the like Hikaru Utada like songs. It's the fucking like the instrumentals that I don't like. It's not really that bad. It's just like it just was so overdone. I was so tired of listening to fucking Kingdom Hearts, dude. I remember one class I requested we put on like something else, and he made me put something else on. And I remember I put on New Jobs, right? Or New Job S or whatever. And he was like, "No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I don't like this." And he just like turned it. I was like, I hate this fucking guy. He would tell me all the time. Actually, he would like teach our class. He was like, "There's never any appropriate time ever to use anything other than twos and ones in animation," which is just like objectively not true. He was just not a good teacher. Bro, you're giving people ammunition to queue up. Honestly, it's not gonna stress me out that much. It doesn't really bother me. I just didn't like the teacher, and so it just reminds me of that every now and then. If you put on that exact playlist, it would probably trigger the shit out of me, but it would turn me. I would start shivering and pissing out of fear. My anxiety would spike. What? That's wild because New Job is dope. Yeah, I know. And I was trying to do something where it was like a neutral sort of, not like not like too intense OST. And yeah, he just wasn't feeling it. Anyways, whatever. Fuck that guy. You piss all the time anyways. That's true, I do. Okay. Okay, I don't hate that. I ain't mad at it, chat. Guys, did you know I've never gone a day without pissing? Not once. How about you guys? Have you ever not pissed for a day? Leave your comments in the comment section below. Like and subscribe, by the way. I'm gonna start practicing my YouTuber spiel as I do more reels. Who's better, Tupac or Biggie? Leave your comment below. I'm just gonna start baiting people into having arguments. Biggie. All right. I'm not doxing my pissing habits. Don't worry. I'm not interested, Bachuga. Your piss secrets are safe with yourself, okay? Don't worry about me. I have, but then I pissed twice as hard the next day. I remember one day I was drinking a lot of water and I was walking around with my boy. Okay, we were going for a little walk, and I had to piss really bad, but we were so far from like any bathroom, and it was broad daylight, so I couldn't just whip my cock out and piss in public because I would go to prison, okay, or end up on some sex registry. Sex registry sounds fun. Sex offender registry is what I meant. Okay, you don't want to be on that one. And anyways, it took me a really long time to finally eventually get to the bathroom, which was at his apartment. I swear to God, I pissed for like 2 minutes straight. It was like the craziest thing, dude. Nah, Tupac, just to be controversial. There you go. That's right. Get toxic, chat. Don't. I know you guys are begging, like waiting, itching to become toxic. That was a joke. Dude's chai or apple tea? I've tried neither before. I'm never actually. I'm not a big tea guy. I am a big coffee guy though. Okay, I think this needs to. You know, this reminds me of Damon. This song reminds me of like metal or like some sort of like electronic like metal if it were like in like a fucking Nintendo game or like something that would be in like Metroid Prime or something. Coffee is just tea, but with beans instead of leaves. I remember hearing the guy from fucking Vsauce talking about how everything's basically just water. Cause like Coke, even like Coca-Cola is like something like 97% water. So most things are just variants of water. Not a tea guy, I can't get along with you. I just like the hard shit, dude. I don't want that weak shit. Give me the good stuff, all right? I don't want your swags. I want to feel it. I want to know that I'm getting kicked in the face with energy. There are other types of tea, you know. Look, I'm closed-minded on tea, guys. I'm 31. You're not gonna convince me to start drinking tea. That ship has sailed. Okay, I've got my vices. Matcha. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Gross, dude. I really don't like matcha tea. I don't mind matcha flavored things. I just really don't like matcha that much. Chai. I don't know what chai tastes like off of memory. I just haven't drank enough of it. I for sure had it before, but I was really excited to try matcha. I was very disappointed when I tried it. Yeah, it's basically like grass in a cup. They basically just like boil lawnmower shavings, you know? Cola is fizzy water with a bit of caramel and sugar, and previously cocaine in a better time. Matcha's overhyped. It literally is just very thick green tea. I love green tea though. Honestly, most tea is just nature stuff soaked in hot water. When I was working in hospitality, I had so many different types of tea. It was crazy. Damn. Please. Oh, baby. Making me feel tonight. Me. Story. Ira once said, "Tea's hot leaf juice." It basically is, dude. I actually do like the dance mix version of this song better than the original. There's a lot of Hikaru Utada songs that have been remixed into like dance mixes, and they're really fucking good, dude. One of my favorites, I think, is I'll play it in a second here. Well, I'll cue it up actually, and then I'll just tell you guys when it's playing. I won't break the cue. Damn, there's like a lot of songs on the queue, dude. Chain, what up, big dog? Avail, what up, big dog? How you guys doing? Pretty good. I ate lots of turkey. Oh yeah, it's American Thanksgiving, huh? In Canada, we do it at a different time period, so ours is in October. I'm doing good. Hell yeah, dude. Chain, are you in Canada yet or soon? I feel like I ask you this literally every stream. I just always forget. Snack, as a Canadian, can you explain what poutine is? Yeah, of course. It's literally cheese curds, specifically, no shredded cheese. Okay, no weird flavored cheeses or whatever. Cheese curds plus fries plus gravy. That's it. That's the classic poutine recipe. Anything beyond that is just some artisanal bullshit and you're getting scammed. Okay? That's it. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about that. It's weird that you need a specific name for that. I mean, a burger is just bread and a piece of meat. We call it burgers, though. Isn't that weird? There's more ingredients in poutine than a burger. In a month? Okay, got you, Chain. I have like almost too much tea. I think I added it together last year and it was like almost a kilogram of tea leaves and that was just loose leaf. Damn, dude. What stains your teeth more? Is it coffee or tea? I just this shoe is just not interesting enough for me. I want it to feel a little bit more organic, you know? Coffee, I'd assume. You think so? I feel like tea actually stains your teeth more. I feel like tea actually stains your teeth more. I don't know. What stain? I'm gonna Google it. What stains your teeth more? Coffee or tea? Tea, particularly black tea, tends to stain teeth more than coffee. Huh. According to the freaking Google AI. So, take that with a grain of salt. Who is Putin made for? Vladimir Putin. Ironically, if you listen to Quebec politicians talk about Vladimir Putin, they call him Vladimir Putin. I swear to God, that's like his name. That's how they pronounce it in French. Vladimir Putin. Wasn't the the Berber wasn't the burger made in Connecticut? Maybe. Okay, this is still not that appealing to me. Poutine sounds like pudding for me. Pudding, poutine, not quite. They're pretty close though. Isn't Putin a cuss word in French? Putain is a cuss word in French, and it's not really a French Canadian cuss word. You wouldn't really hear a lot of French Canadians say putain. You'd hear a lot of French people from France say it. It means like whore or like slut or whatever. It's not a very common curse word in Canada though. I mean, you'll hear it, but it's just not like regularly used. I had a French friend. She used to say that. Was she from France or Canada? It's definitely a thing that people say. It's just not like very common here. It'd be like hearing an American say, "Oh bloody hell!" It'd be like, "What?" You could say it, but it's just like, or like I say "reckon" sometimes, and people are like, "What are you, Australian?" I'm like, "No." Yeah, from France. That makes sense. How stupid can I make this shoe look? I just want a more interesting shoe, you know? Fact you may not have known. All right, let's get this. In the 90s, anime artists were paid by the cells they made, not by the hours they spent, so they'd come home with hardly any cash from work because of it. It's still like that in Japan. So in the West, you're paid on salary. Well, it depends, I guess, which studio you work at. There are some studios that still do frame rate. And then in Canada and most of like the US is like salary based for the most part. And then in Japan, they're still based on cells produced or frames drawn, I guess, is more how they measure it. But yeah. So you're not wrong, dude. But it is still kind of like that in some places. Okay, I'm gonna actually just try the toe thing now. Reckon would be used more worldwide. Reckon like a few years ago though, to me was like a very like Eurocentric expression. It wasn't like a thing that you would really say here. Mm. I think Shoddy, I think you're right. I think Reckon is still kind of like it is like a modern like it's utilized everywhere now. But I think like historically it was like less common in the West. I feel like I see Reckon used by Texans and Australia, at least in online spaces. Yeah, same with y'all. Y'all is like it's a lot more like ubiquitous now, but in the past it feels like it was mostly like Southerners, you know. It's like Mecha foot kind of feels stupid a little bit. I just don't know if it fits the character. Also feel like the I don't know if I like that, guys. But then this just feels so boring. It just feels so boring and bland, you know? I don't like it. How do I make this more interesting? This is the song, by the way, I was talking about. This is another like dance mix of Hikaru Utada. I really like this one. Us over in Australia and New Zealand say use. French Canadian or not French Canadians. Canadians say that a lot too. Actually, French Canadians. I had a hockey coach who'd always be like use guys. he'd be like, "You guys need to fucking pass the puck more. You guys fucking do this. You fucking use don't know how to think. You know, like he'd talk like that all the time." French Canadians also add plurals to stuff a lot. XQC is a good example of that. If you ever watch his streams, he tends to like just add like an S to random singular nouns. I don't know why, but I don't like. It's not even like a thing people. It's not even a thing you do when you speak French. So I don't know why they do it, but they do it a lot. My mom does it a lot. Since having Twitch and watching Twitch streams, I've been saying dude a lot. Yeah, I know. I say dude a lot to the point where it's like it almost sounds like a tick. Where I try and catch myself from saying it too much. But there are some days I'm just sort of like in a mental state where I say it so much. Give an example. Um. Hmm. I'm trying to think of an example of like XQC doing it. It's hard to think off the top of my head. I definitely remember watching him a couple times and being like, why is he adding an S there? You know? As for like freestyling just off the top of my head, pulling something out of my ass, I don't know that I can like think of an example right now, but oh, my mom used to always, instead of Game of Thrones, she used to always say Games of Thrones. I don't know why. She always did that. I would correct her too every time. My mom has like a French accent when she speaks. So she'd always be like, Games of Thrones. Always. I also have a bad habit of always saying like close the light instead of turn out the light. My dad used to get mad at me for that when I was a kid because my dad's an Anglophone. He doesn't speak French, but we spoke mostly. My mom and I mostly spoke French to each other, and so I'd always say close the lights. I still kind of do, and he'd be like, "It's turn out the lights." My mom says a bliss instead of abyss for some reason. Crazy. Trying to find like an appealing silhouette. I like little bits of off English like that. My mom speaks like that all the time. Yeah, it's charming. Sometimes I have to ask myself though, is my mom having like is my mom like developing dementia or is she just being French right now? I like I can't tell, you know? Sometimes she's like really fucking up words and I'm should I like should I be concerned right now? And then I'm like, no, she's always done this, you know? You. You were right, this is a good dance mix. Always am. Always. You know, I just thought about it. I should do a little self promo right now because we have a lot of new viewers. It seems like okay, we've got a lot of people here. I don't know how many are lurking and how many are listening or whatever. But if you guys want to catch another stream, we stream Friday to Monday. Okay, Monday and Friday because they're weekdays. We start at 5:30 p.m. EST, which is a little late, but it's because I work. Okay, I'm a working man. Okay, they put me in my wage cage during the day, so I can't really do much about that. And then Saturday and Sunday we stream at 12 p.m. EST, and we typically do longer streams on Saturday and Sunday. And if you want live notifications, you can join our Discord. And there's a bunch of other stuff you can do in the Discord too. If you like to draw and you want to improve your artwork, you can actually post in the critiques channel, and I'll go over your work live on stream. Anyways, ad segment over. Back to our unregularly scheduled programming. Yes, promote yourself. Yes, yes. I really don't like this boot, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling with this. I just don't know how to make it appealing. That's sort of my problem right now. This is one of these things I should probably like work on off stream when I can focus a little bit better. I don't know why I pronounced it that way. A little bit better. You can make it banana shaped, then it would be very appealing. I see what you did there. And I'm banning you. How long are you planning on streaming today? If you have any plans for that. I don't know. I'll probably go till like the 5 hour mark and then probably call it a day. That seems like it makes the most sense. Maybe another hour. I gotta do some work on building another reel for YouTube. I do YouTube reels now. I'm trying to, anyways. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'm doing my full-fledged transition into being an influencer. Okay. Soon enough, I'm gonna be doing like sponsored segments, and this stream will be brought to you by I don't know, what's a sports betting thing. I don't know anything about gambling. But I'll become a gambling streamer. Okay. We'll miss you, Jadu. Rip. He knew what he was doing. Okay, I'm abandoning this fucking shoe, dude. It's stressing me out. I can't deal with it. Back to drawing the hand, which surely drawing hands won't be stressful at all, right, guys? Right? No, totally not. That's what I'm thinking. Hands and feet are clearly the easiest thing for artists to draw. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's always the like most dreaded part of any drawing. I really should just have like a fucking training arc on hands and feet. The secret to being good at drawing hands is a little bit of a hand fetish. Either one loves drawing hands or you hate it. I don't have a hand fetish. I fucking hate drawing hands, dude. I can't stand it. That's why I just take a picture of my own hands and copy that. That way I can turn my brain off. But the process is so long to get it feeling right, you know? Oops. The thing is, there are times where I will lock in and only draw hands and feet, and they come out pretty good. But when I actually need to apply to an actual art piece, I'm doing all that knowledge flies out of the window for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what it is, dude. I get that though. Like, I'm wondering if this hand is like too small now that I look at it, but I also don't know that I really like this like Bowser wrist thing I have going on here. It is crazy how difficult it is to sometimes draw certain things when I'm live. Shoes and hands in particular, I really, really struggle to do that stuff live just because it's like, it's so cognitively taxing. Like, these fingers still look kind of weird to me. I feel like I've been staring at this piece too long. You know when you stare at your drawing too long and it starts to not look good anymore? I've been looking at this thing for a while now. I'm gonna have to look at it with fresh eyes tomorrow before I post it on social media. I also am curious about what it would look like with more value tone. Luckily, it's a multiply layer, so I could just amplify the contrast. Yeah, I think this is the same thing that happens when you listen to the same song over and over. Yeah, or say the same word over and over. You just kind of lose its meaning. I've been recording all of my offline sessions because I plan to make a reel out of drawing this drawing. But to be quite honest, dude, it's I think this shit has taken me like 16 hours just for this fucking one character. I'm so slow. And I think after stream, I'm gonna put my own boots on and I'm gonna take a picture of my leg in this pose because I don't think I'm gonna be able to tackle this from imagination. A little too much. You can make a time lapse with Clip Studio. Is that true? Does that apply to everything? If you click file, there should be an option to time lapse somewhere in there. So what does that do exactly? Like I can't like do it now, right? Like it's too late. Like I would have had to do it the second I start, is what you're saying? Yeah, I think you need to have record time lapse checked already, and it'll just make a note of all your pen strokes and turn that into a time lapse. Oh, okay. That sounds like the files would be fucking massive. I don't know, my shitty laptop can handle it, so I'm sure you'll be fine. How big are your file sizes though on the video? Like it's not my laptop I'm worried about, it's my hard drive. I only have a terabyte and I have to constantly like delete shit. I have so much art on my computer. I should really back it up somewhere. If my hard drive breaks, I'm basically losing like 2 years of work. This is dumb, but what exactly does soft sketcher mean? I don't really know. You're gonna have to ask Kasem because I just bought the brushes off him. My guess is if you look here, so a hard edge and a soft edge, Hachiward, are basically just like the way the brush edge looks. So a hard edge is like this. So there's like a hard line on the outside, whereas a soft edge has a sort of gradient that bleeds out from the edge. You know what I mean? It's almost like airbrushy. Like the edges here are a lighter value than the inner core of the stroke, whereas on a hard edge brush, it's all the same value. That's more or less the difference on hard and soft brushes. And so soft sketcher, I guess, implies it's a sketch brush. The case, I think he just called it soft sketcher because it's what he uses to start his sketches. Ironically, it's what I used to do my finished renderings. But yeah, that's what I think it is. Why do people say to use hard brushes for color and rendering instead of soft brushes, especially for beginners? Ah, that's a good question. Okay, so the reason being is because hard brushes force you to think about the form when you're putting your stroke down because the stroke is going to be more visible, okay? So it breeds bad habits out, or it eliminates bad habits. Also, like using softer brushes tends to end up, especially with beginners, to more muddy rendering. It's not that you can't use airbrushes when you're rendering. It's just that habit forming is like it's not great for a beginner to learn how to render with a soft brush because you're going to make a lot more mistakes and you're going to have a lot more issues. And you can also get a soft brush that has a similar effect to a soft brush. So I'll show you what I mean, okay? So let's say I want to do a gradient from black to light, and I'm using my soft sketcher here. So I'm going to go really dark, okay? And then I'm going to let it bleed out, and we're going to go softer and softer to get a lighter tone as we move away. Okay, so I'm getting like a gradient here. Okay, so I did a quick little gradient. Okay, from light to white, essentially. Okay? Now, if I take a hard brush, I can get a gradient too, so long as my hard brush has opacity. Because what that means is basically, the brush is hard. Like, you can see the brush is hard, right? But if I apply line pressure, or if I apply pressure, it'll get lighter. So it's still a hard brush, but it's pressure based, and so based on how hard I'm pushing my pen down, it'll determine how much ink comes out. But the amount of ink and value that comes out is still even across the entire stroke, which makes it a hard brush. But when people say render with a hard brush, they mean render with a hard brush that has opacity. Okay? Unless you're doing flats for like anime or something. And so what that means is you can build up your values using your hard brush, sort of like this, where you just sort of layer them on top of each other. And then if you want to blend things together, what you would do is you would color pick the value that you want to blend into the darker or lighter tone, okay? So in this case, if I want to go blend this into this, I color pick this, and then I just, right across this line, do a stroke like this across it, okay? And then I color pick this, and I do a stroke across that, okay? And it creates texture as you do that, and it leads to more appealing design in your drawing or whatever. Mr. Kaz, thank you for the follow. So it's not that there's like a hard rule on like how you render, but using a hard brush lets you have more edge control because you can cut into sort of shapes more effectively with a hard edge brush than you can with a soft edge brush. A soft edge brush tends to mush everything together, whereas a hard edge brush, you can get that soft gradient like I have here, but I can also take it and just sort of cut in and just define a shape a little bit better. So it gives you more control over your paint. So that's why I think a lot of artists recommend hard edge brushes. I would recommend a hard edge brush as well, but that being said, it's not like an absolute rule where you need to use a hard edge brush. You can use a soft edge brush. It's just that when a lot of beginners use soft edge brushes, they tend to get a more washed out, muddy look to their work. So, like, look, this looks soft, even though my brush is hard, you know? And so this is what it would look like in real time if I'm blending something out. I see, thank you. No worries, big dog. I've seen people recommend, like, a mixed edge brush where one side is hard and the other soft. Yeah, you can do that, too. A lot of people, what they do is they use, like, absolute hard edge brushes. Okay, so like, let's say like where there's no opacity, right? Like a brush like this. So let's say I do a stroke like that. And then what they do is they take a mixing brush. I don't know if there's actually one in this brush pack here. I got a mixing brush somewhere here. I don't use mixing brushes very much, but there are mixing brushes you can use. Not here. Let me check. Yeah, so this is a mixing brush. And then what this does is it doesn't actually do much other than it pushes and pulls your paint. See, it's pushing and pulling my paint. And so they use hard edge brushes, but then they use a mixing brush to blend their stuff together. So that's also another thing you could do, and you get this weird effect with the mixing brush. But a lot of people prefer using mixing brushes and just pure hard edge brushes to control their edges, because then they can be a little bit more specific with where their hard and soft edges are. I don't personally like to paint that way. I just use my one brush. It's like simpler for me. I don't really like this way of doing it, but it is very common, so, you know, I can't hate on it. Goofy question. When and why do you make a new layer? Like, I see people use a good chunk of layers, and, like, why? That's going to depend, I guess, on your process and what you're comfortable with. I use layers in my line art stage as a sort of checkpoint. So if I like the point that I'm at, but I don't want to damage anything, because I want to experiment by doing something else, I'll make a new layer. And I'll give you an example. So this drawing here, before I actually got to that point, looked a little bit more like this. And then I wanted to do these like textural lines in the hair, okay? But I wasn't sure how they would look, and they're a bitch to erase if I fuck it up. So what I did is I just made a new layer for it. So that's one example of how I would use a layer. If I want to add an element to my drawing and I'm not sure how it's going to look and I want to be able to go back in time and undo that, I'll use a new layer. What else have I used a new layer over on? I think this was me. I was trying to do, again, like more defined shapes, but I wasn't sure if I was going to like the shapes, and I kind of like the abstractness of where I was before, so I used a new layer. So there's tons of ways to use new layers. Right now, what I do is I'll use a new layer like as a checkpoint. So I liked where I was at. I lock the previous one, and then I make a new layer, and then I design on top of that, right? See, now I kind of like how that looks with like the hardcore gradient or the hardcore contrast there. Anyways. I'll adjust contrast later. I do really like that though. I've always used absolute hard edge brushes, and now I don't know how to use soft edge brushes at all. Soft edge brushes to me are all about subtlety. I think if you used hard edge or soft edge brushes to define form the same way you would with a hard edge brush, you're gonna end up looking like it's gonna look really muddy. Where like if I were using a soft edge brush on this girl, let's use I don't know. I'm gonna literally use like an airbrush. I think I'm trying to see where I have an airbrush. I think this is an airbrush. No. Damn, that is lagging like crazy. Hard round. Soft round. Okay, so this is like the quintessential airbrush, okay? So I'm just gonna put a base down here on her skin. I'm gonna do it on a layer below, actually. So what I would do here is if I want to add like a value or something, you're really subtle with it. So if I'm going darker to like indicate shadow, I'm going big. I'm keeping my brush really big, okay? Look how big my brush is basically the size of her eye socket here. And I'm just lightly pressing in here, trying to get a little gradient. So I'm not being super intense, like super sort of, I'm not worrying specifically about cutting into shapes or defining shapes too much. Now let's say I want to give her a little bit of blush on her face. Maybe I'll go over it like this. Doesn't have to be too specific, you know? But that's sort of how I would use like an airbrush. Is like big, overarching shapes. I wouldn't go in and do detail work with an airbrush because it's gonna look weird. Like I wouldn't go in here and pick like a really dark value to do my shadows. You can do it, but I mean, you know, it might look weird. I would probably use a hard brush for that. So like my if I could find it. Where the fuck's my brush, dude? Ah, my Photoshop round. This is the one I kind of use for all of my painting. So I go in here and use this a little bit more. I just prefer using see how I can like cut the edge here and I can really define the form of like the socket or whatever. I like the hard brush for that. It lets me sort of define my shapes a little bit better. If I want to give her like a cheekbone or something, you know, I can like put some shit down and then just blend it out. Now you can do all that with the soft brush, okay? So there's no like this isn't like saying you have to use one or the other. That's how I learned, and I think like you know the advice that airbrushes tend to be easier to mess up with, I think is correct, just because you have less. You don't have to think about your edges as much. Whereas if you use a hard edge brush with opacity, you could do a hard edge, but you could also do a soft edge based on how you use it. So there's more control. But there's no wrong way to do it. Does using a hard brush for coloring rendering imply I should only use that? I've been a line art warrior for a while, and I try to color. Whenever I try to color, I feel like I can't get it nearly as nice as people. I mean, obviously I'm new, but it's bad. Like, should I be using some type of smudge to smooth out my shading? I just use the one brush. Literally, I just use this Photoshop round brush for literally all of my rendering. I don't really fuck around with too many other brushes. I will sometimes if I want to add like texture or whatever. Like maybe I'll use like a chalk brush, but I'll just use the one brush for like everything pretty much. And I get okay results. So it really isn't like the brush so much as like how you use it. Not to use that stereotype, but brushes are tools, right? Like they're gonna allow you, certain brushes are gonna allow you to explore with certain things. Other brushes are going to, limit you in other ways and vice versa. But there's no right or wrong brush. You should likely, like if you get comfortable with a certain brush, you should be able to produce like something moderately okay with every brush to the degree you have the skill for. A good example is this artwork you posted. Let me see. Yeah, so that's all hard brush. Or that's all like hard edge. So what I did actually no, you're right. So it is all hard brush except for the base of the skirt. So what I did there, I'll show you what I did. So I use my lasso tool for the skirt, which is a really weird technique. I don't normally do this, but I was kind of I felt like experimenting a little bit, okay? So when I did this, what I did is essentially I thought about where the wrinkles would originate from, and I selected them like this, just cutting out with my lasso tool. Okay, just cutting the shape that I think the shadows would come in. And then what I did is I just put a flat color down. I think in that case, it was like weird, like it was like a desaturated purple or something. So it was a little lighter than that, I think. Something like that. Okay. And then what I did is I think I either took my Photoshop round or an airbrush, doesn't really matter, and I only blended the top edge here. Okay? And I left the bottom edge hard. And that was just, I was just kind of experimenting. There was no rhyme or reason for that. I was following not a tutorial, but I was studying another artist and basically stealing their work. I was looking at EO58, and I was just sort of going through and trying to apply his techniques. I might have even gone through and used an airbrush, but you can get the same result with a hard round. But I keep the bottom edge hard here, and I feel like it creates like a nice feeling, I guess. So that's sort of how I approach that one. So in that case, I probably did use two brushes, but I don't think I ever really exceed more than two brushes, ever. Funny you say that. Is it? Are you a big EO58 fan? I was literally going to ask if that was inspired by EO58. It was. Okay, so that was me. I went on Photoshop. I don't use Photoshop. I use Clip, as you could tell. But I took EO58's brush. I found his brush online. At least the one that he uses to sketch, and I want to try it out on Photoshop. Unfortunately, it's a brush that's made for Photoshop, so it doesn't have a lot of functionality in CSP, or it doesn't have the same functionality. And I tried to do the best I could. I found it really fucking weird to draw with. But yeah, that was definitely like inspired by EO58, 100%. Granted, he's just like a big inspiration of mine in general, so. Now I want to paint this, dude. But I shouldn't, because I'm not even done the boots. But it's so tempting. You got me in a painting mood. What have you done to me, Hatchieware? Okay, whatever. Fuck it. We're painting it, guys. I don't care. I'll figure out the boots later. Oh, that's such a bad idea. I shouldn't do this. I should finish the boots. I should be good. Should I be good, guys, or should I be naughty? I don't know. Starting a painting without the line art is such a bad idea. But do I believe in myself? I don't know. You need some impulse control? Nah. You've convinced me. Fuck. Leandro AVL, thank you for the follow, big dog. What would Gladrig say? I don't know. I wouldn't listen to her either way, so. Don't tell her I said that. Okay, fuck it. We're painting it. I'm gonna throw a skin tone down. I just sort of want to. Fuck me, dude. Okay. I do kind of dig coloring those lines that way. It's kind of nice. It's got a nice like earthiness to it. If you stop things halfway and never finish them, you're getting more Gladsask. Stop. That's literally what I do, dude. I have so many unfinished drawings just because I never finished a foot or a hand or something. Time for me to sleep, bye, and have fun. All right, peace, Chain. I appreciate you coming out, big dog. I'm gonna just actually keep this as its own layer. I just kind of like, I like that earthiness to it. I'm gonna call this earthy. Just so I don't forget. I do actually really like just that texture alone. I know this plastic love. This not plastic love, this be imposter. Is that true? What's the brush you're using? It looks like something between a pencil and an ink pen. Well, this brush right now is not the same brush I used to draw this. It's just a random, like it's just a hard opacity brush. The brush I used to draw this is the Kasem Soft Sketcher, which has like this weird texture to it. It's a strange brush to use, I won't lie. But I've managed to be able to get good results with it. You do have to use some sort of like multiple layers to sort of get like the opacity up, because otherwise it's too light to use. But this is it. It's just like a weird, it's got like this like texture. It looks like pencil-y. That's why I like it. I was like a big mechanical pencil guy before I switched to digital, and this just gave me that feel again, you know? It's not free. It's like $5 for his brush pack, but you can get it on Kasem's Gumroad. And then right now I'm just filling this in with like a hard ink brush. Just something to get as much even tone everywhere. I don't know. The brush doesn't really matter that much for this part. I should actually lock this. Okay, thanks. No worries. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I said I was gonna stop streaming at 5, or at the 5 hour mark. If I'm getting into rendering, I'm probably gonna keep going. Sorry. I guess you guys probably don't mind that, but I feel like once I start going, it's hard for me. Like it's like having a big fat juicy steak, and then you immediately switch to like a delicious dessert. You just like immediately you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not that full. And I feel like switching from line art to painting is kind of like that, where it's a little palate cleanse. Dude, 24 hours? You trying to kill me, dude? I'm a 5 hour Andy. 3 hours on weekdays. I can't last that long. It happens to the best of us, though. Really, rendering always gives me a psychological toll. I kind of have like I'm starting to refine my process, so it's less anxiety inducing. I will say, me doing this without finishing this foot, or this hand is a terrible idea, and I really shouldn't do it. And I know better, okay? But I can't fight the impulse. It's like the forbidden fruit, dude. Jumping into rendering without finishing your line art. It's whispering my name. Snack, render me. Render me, Snack. It'll be fine. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Yes, baby, I will render you. I'll render the shit out of you. How come you don't use the lasso, Phil, plus CSP tool? Because I'm inefficient. I don't know. You know, you're probably right. There are probably more effective ways to do this. I'm just bad. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not really focused on sort of efficient techniques, though I should be. This is also mildly therapeutic, I won't lie. There's something nice about coloring. What I should do is just do the outline and then just paint bucket tool the whole thing. But there's no like magical reason as to why I don't do that. I'm just, you know, I can be silly sometimes, I suppose. I really should try and do the boots. I keep looking at them and I'm like, man, I'm skipping a step right now. I know I am. I'm being such a bad boy. Guys, don't do this. Finish your line art before you try and render anything, okay? This could just fuck me up. Like, I'm probably gonna hate myself in like 10 hours. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go get a little snack. No pun intended. I haven't eaten much today, so I'm just gonna go get something to eat real quick, and then I'll be right back. Also gonna give my shoulder a little break. What's the snack of the day? I have no idea. I might go make a little tuna wrap or something, you know? We'll figure it out. BRB. Hello, Mellow Cheese. Sorry, I'm in the other room. I'm making something to eat. You're catching me at a strange time, but I appreciate the raid. What were you up to today? I'm gonna greet you, and then I do have to disappear again because I have things that are being heated up right now, and I need to supervise them. But let me give you a little shout out here. And I assume, were you doing any artwork by chance, Mello? We'll find out in 2 seconds when I do this. Last category, art. Shit, you want to share anything? Sure, man. We can wait. We're mellow. Okay, if you give me 5 minutes, I'll give you a proper greeting, proper shout out, and all that stuff, and I'll be right back. Okay, guys. I just wanna get this done. I'm almost done. BRB. We are back. How you doing? How was your stream? What'd you get up to today? I mean, I know you were doing art. Did you want to share anything that you were working on today, Mello? Those mouse ear animations are freaking solid. I didn't do them. They were done by my mod, Boba Meyer. Stream was fine, but my internet kept cutting out. So I had to throw my viewer at someone. Oh, and you chose me? I'm honored. Well, look, I'll take care of Shazi. I'll make sure they're nice and comfy. Why'd you leave? Were you ripping a big fat stinkum? No, I was making a tuna sandwich, but my toaster's fucked, so I have to like check it. Otherwise, like it'll just like burn the toast. Oh yeah, I threatened yesterday I'd be back. That's true. You did. And you came back. You're a man and or woman of your word. Do you want to share anything that you were working on or not? Up to you. And also, if you got a dip or whatever, man, amen. They them of your word, exactly. Can I share my Insta? Of course, dude. Mellow ain't no human. Maniac's been streaming every day nonstop. You trying to send yourself into an early grave, dude? Rumby behavior. How's the tuna sandwich? Almost gone. Very messy. Can you make me one? If you come over. How far are you from Canada, Shazi? If you pay for a ticket, dude, I'm an internet artist. I'm broke as hell. I can't pay for shit. Shit. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm here now. I didn't hear your answers. Yeah, you can share your Instagram if that's what. Yeah, yeah, totally. It's totally fine. Go for it, big dog. I'm gonna grab some water while you're getting your links ready. I'm in Germany. I've been to Toronto twice. Very lovely. Still got to see the nature side though. Canada's all nature, dude. It's just fucking nature galore. Okay. I can get rid of this BRB logo now, because we are B. Where the hell's my pen? Did I drop it? Ah, got it. All I want is you. Again, guys, I feel really guilty about starting this rendering without ever actually finishing the shoes. But I don't care. Why'd you visit Toronto? Why'd you visit Toronto? Were you just trying to visit Canada and Toronto just seemed like the place to be? I'm now an Adlan. Real smooth raid with this one. Oh shit. Okay. Honestly, ad has been placed very fair since Snack went AFK. I mean, I'm back now. I just don't the ads just sort of run on an hourly cycle or whatever. Anywho, I'm just a beginner. Started drawing and streaming on October 1st. I've been streaming daily ever since. Hell yeah, we love to hear it. That's good, dude. You're definitely more than a beginner. I'm looking at your IG right now. I can't share my browser, so I'm gonna pull up like a drawing I think is nice. You ever consider doing video game art? I feel like your stuff would look really nice in an isometric format. I've seen actually some isometric work there. But these are really good, dude. If I'll pull one up. Which one is the one that you want me to pull up in particular? We need more background artists, so let me. The Palace one? Okay. It's not rendering properly for me. Give me a second here. I can't get it to render. Unless it's like... Yeah, weird. Let me refresh. Give me a second here. My time to stall. Okay, whatever. This will have to do. Check this shit out. Oh. I just painted my background again. Fuck, not what I wanted to do. Check this out, guys. Oops, I'm stretching it out. Oops. And my guy's peeking through the back there. Okay, how do I turn his ass off? Oh, okay, whatever. We'll leave it on. Check this out, guys. This is really, really nice stuff. Perspective is one of the hardest things for beginners to work or to learn, right? So the fact that you're brand new to drawing and you're able to bang out some perspective relatively effectively is solid, dude. And I can tell you're really thinking about how to draw boxes in perspective. And if you keep this up, Mello, stuff like this is really going to help push you to the next level. Once you get really comfortable with drawing boxes in perspective, you'll be able to do incredible things with art because it's just going to unlock the three-dimensional ability to think, or the ability to think in 3 dimensions that a lot of advanced artists have. And it's a skill that takes a really long time to train, but is essential to being able to draw characters from any perspective. And I think once you get comfortable with that and understanding that, sometimes you got to crop something, sometimes there's going to be overlap on certain things, it's just, yeah, it's good stuff, dude. Do you use a grid at all? Or do you just freehand this? I can see there's like a vanishing point going that way. Somewhere over here, there's a vanishing point. Like over off in this direction. Whoops, I didn't mean to color your thing purple. Oh my god, dude. I'm focusing on developing spatial reasoning and intuition, so you're right on the money. Yeah, like boxes are basically like one of the most effective things to improving your artwork, Once you can sort of draw things in space from like any angle, just like freehand, you're going to be able to tackle more organic like challenges. Anyways, keep it up, dude. Really solid stuff. This was freehand, but I worked off a photo. Really tried to get the composition right. I would recommend, if you're open to advice, I would recommend looking into sort of vanishing points and horizon lines. There's a really good book by Scott Robertson that breaks all this stuff down. It's really dense stuff, and it's going to probably feel like math class working through it. But if you're really, really, really like, if you're dead set on getting good at background design, Scott Robertson's book on designing environments is fantastic. It's basically the Bible for understanding everything anatomy. And then I would supplement a lot of his lessons with YouTube tutorials because it's kind of dense and it's very difficult to get through, but it's good stuff. I think that's his name, Scott Robinson. Yeah, how to draw, how to draw, and sketching objects and environments from your imagination. That's that. If you read that book, okay, and you power through the lessons and you actually like focus on learning them, similar to like how you would in like a math class or something like that, it'll take your environment drawing to the next level, dude. And it's tough stuff, but it'll really level you up and the way you think in 3 dimensional form. I will say it's a little advanced, but I'm looking at you and you seem to be really, really focused on doing a lot of environment stuff. So I think you benefit a lot from it. If this is like where your heart lies, Scott Robertson at some point in your art journey is going to get recommended to you as an environment artist. So you might as well just bite that bullet and try to consume it. One thing I would say though is when I was a beginner, I would always hear from like more senior artists or people with more experience, and they would say like, "Hey, Snack, you should really read this book or read this book." And then I'd read it, and I'd be like, "I don't know what the fuck." Like I read the whole thing, I still don't know how this helps me in any way whatsoever. And I think there's a part of you that might feel that if you read Scott Robinson's book. And so what I would say is just go back to sort of learning your own way and then come back to it periodically and try and see if you can get a fresh eye on it. Because it doesn't always click the first time. And then if you come back and look at things again later on, you might, with a different, like more experience and a deeper understanding of art, it'll probably broaden your horizons a little bit and you'll get a lot more value out of these books. That would be my advice. So otherwise, there's a lot of YouTube tutorials on just sort of like basic horizon lines, vanishing points, stuff like that. The bread and butter of environment design. So, hey, dude, you're on a very good path, and I'm excited to see where you go with it, dude. Don't stop. Don't burn yourself out though. Somebody was telling me you're streaming every day. Don't kill yourself. Sure, I'm used to learning new things, so I get the method of those kinds of books, but thanks for the advice. No worries, dude. Cat Smack, you're wrong. Ban this guy. Since when do we allow chatters to backtalk here? Not in my dictatorship. How you doing, Alanix? Tell me how you're doing before you're banned. Okay, well, Mellow Cheat, if people want to follow you outside of Instagram, do you have any other social media you want to shout out? If not, then I'll go back to drawing and painting. If so, then you're more than welcome to drop a link in chat. There's no real restrictions on links or anything. Pretty much just Insta. Well, that works. I'm gonna move your thing a little lower just because I need dark values around my character. I can't have like a white background. It's gonna kind of screw with my perspective of the values. So let me reduce the value to dark here. Oops. I want to go darker, not lighter. Yeah, something like that. What is this? Oh, I see. Pretty much just Insta. Threads too, but that's connected. Also, Mello, if you got a dip or whatever, if you got things to do, you got a life to live, food to eat, do your thing. You don't have to hang around here, you know? But I appreciate you for coming in. I appreciate you raiding. And if anybody wants to go follow Mello's journey, give him a follow. I'll stay for a bit, no worries. Hell yeah, dude. I'm just gonna be sort of planning this painting here. But yeah, thank you. Really nice to show stuff even for the smallest of raiders. I think it's just like stream etiquette, you know? I think I will say there are some streamers that don't. I've got opinions, you know? I think the reality is though, a lot of the times that the streamers don't, it's not because they don't want to, it's because I swear to God, it's just they literally just forget. Sometimes it feels like people are just sort of hyper focused. If you raid somebody and they're like they're in focus mode where they're just like grinding, they're locked in, sometimes they tend to forget. I do feel like this specifically for art streams. It does seem like the games don't give a fuck. I mean, it's just not part of their culture. I can't like if I raid a game streamer, I don't really expect him to ask me to show my work just because it's not really part of it's not the same culture, you know? Whereas with artists, I think it is, you know? But I think like artists also sort of like tend to get like really zoned in on like their work and so sometimes they just forget to ask, but yeah, like Mello says, don't take it personally. Okay. Now I gotta plan the values here. So I think what I'm gonna do is I want to get a little bit more interesting tones in here. I'm gonna add in maybe like a really dark desaturated warm red or something. And then we'll go, I don't know, maybe like a light blue just up here. And notice when I'm breaking this up, I'm doing a large shape, a medium shape, and a small shape. I'm doing that intentionally, okay, guys? It just creates nicer, more appealing gradient compositions. But like the Twitch art community has been incredible thus far, very welcoming and gracious with like someone like me just barging into the scene. I think that's sort of to be expected. Everybody's pretty nice. I don't think anybody does anything mean intentionally, anyways. Except for me, I'm kind of an asshole sometimes, but that's life, baby. What are you gonna do? You can't please everybody. I'm just trying to get this to blend in a little bit. I don't really know if I'm gonna like this color composition. Let me switch my hues up a little bit. See what I can get here. I do kind of like the green. I can't please my wife. She told me that yesterday. I can. Just saying. Yeah, I think actually it's gonna look a little bit better. Less purple. To be fair, your wife would sound like an evil villain if she went around in places just stating, "You've pleased me." That would be. I feel like as a man, that would be nice. A little appreciation. I think it's too dark or too light up here. It's too distracting. It draws the eye in too much. I don't like that. I was trying to get of like a little gradient. Okay. Okay, now this I need to make way darker. What the fuck? Maybe we're gonna have to do this differently. Okay. Melochi, thank you for the sub, dude. Or somebody, I guess, gifted Melochi a sub. Who dat? An OC? Anonymous gifter, huh? I wonder who that could be. Let me take a look at my... Huh. Gee, I wonder. That's funny. I was looking at my people watching right now, and I was trying to specifically find you, Otter, because I assumed it was you. But it doesn't show you, which just kind of like supports the fact that, the freaking the like the view tracker is like fucked. Taco Force 157. Thank you for the follow. What a funny name, dude. It takes a bit to load. I guess, yeah, it does. I love your poems, by the way, Anonymous. Hey, do you know how to draw fingernails and toenails without them looking dumb? I literally just do like little blobs. So mine look kind of dumb, I guess. Howdy, what up, Taco Force? How you doing, Otter? Shows the art. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I mean, I know you were here already, but I'm actually about to disappear again. I have steak waiting for me. See ya. Okay, shit. Damn. All right, see ya. Thanks for popping in. Right now, guys, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to figure out a composition that creates like the guides the eye to where I want it to look, okay? I want everybody to look at the face. That's where I want the focal area to be. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just trying to darken the regions that I think are going to take the eye away from that, like back here on the boots or whatever. And I'm going to lighten up the regions that lead into the eye. Like this arm creates like a nice arrow that goes up to the eye. So I'm trying to think about this a little bit more consciously with sort of how I'm deciding to use my values. I think my style is to never draw fingernails unless they're long and nasty, or they're always going to be long and nasty. Yeah, fingernails are overrated, dude. You don't really need to do them that bad. It seems in the battle of snack versus steak, steak wins. I know. Fucked up, dude. Great music, by the way. Japanese hip hop goes hard. It sure does. M Flow is just like classic, dude. They were like really big in like the early '90s, and then they kind of fell off. This I think they still do stuff, but they're just not as common. Whereas they were like everywhere before. Now I'm kind of conscious of the fact that I'm at risk of over rendering. I feel like I'm doing a little too much here. I think sometimes less is more. Trying to flesh out every little thing is just can sometimes not really work in my favor. How long have you been drawing for? Since 2016, roughly, is sort of when I started going at it. I mean, I've drawn on and off most of my life, but like really, really like where I was like, I want to be an artist and I'm going to work on deliberately improving my skills. Probably 2016. But that's a complicated question to ask for because I think what they want to know usually when they ask that question, and I'm not saying this is what you want, but typically what people want to ask is how long is it going to take for me to get good, you know? Um, and I think the answer to that depends. The reality is like I've consistently drawn not that entire duration, right? Like I've been drawing since 2016, which is about what, 9 years, coming on 10 years. But I've actively drawn for maybe 5 of those years. There were like years where I've like really fallen off and in the like just didn't produce a single artwork for years. Okay, so it's not like every single year I was just nose to the grindstone going at it, right? I think most people could probably get to a decent skill level if they're deliberate with their practice and intentional with it within probably 4 to 5 years. And like to a very high skill level, probably more than me, to be quite honest. Shows he's actually a great artist himself. Just saying, hell yeah, dude. A lifetime is usually an answer to that for the answer to that first question. I actually haven't been. I started drawing really late in life because I'm 31 now. I started drawing when I was like 22, 23, roughly. And my drawings were ass, dude. And I don't know. I've shown you guys some of my drawings, right? I think I showed chat my drawings a while ago. I don't like that. I'm going over the lines. I don't want that to be too high value. I'm here to cheer you on, not the other way around. You guys are so adorable, dude. Wombo combo. Fox and Falco. I should probably put these in a folder, I think. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, let me get into the face here a little bit. I'm about 3 to 4 years of going hard into art. I drew before, but not seriously. Drew every day. Replaced most entertainment with drawings. That's the way to do it, dude. Just grind at it, you know? I think the mentality you should have is you should take your what I normally do is I take the best piece I've done and I set that as my standard. And the next thing I produce has to be equal or better than that, essentially. And that's sort of how I set my bar. I'm always just trying to compete with the last best thing I've done. I think you should only really compare to yourself, to be quite honest. Grind like a stripper whose rent is due. Exactly. I think I'm just starting to figure out a few things. People give me money for art from time to time. In my case, I've become addicted. It's hard not to do art. I get that, dude. It's just tough out here for an artist, you know? I know you know. Oh, for sure. Other hobbies have been cast aside. Isn't there a degree of noise in both your skill and your personal opinion on your drawing? So constantly looking at the most recent best isn't great. Well, I mean, you're not like exclusively using yourself as an observation resource. Like when I say look at your best, it's basically like that's your goal to produce. It's not your goal to sort of basically make that the exact same drawing. You can still reference better artists than you and people who have more experience than you, right? Who've already figured out the things that you're trying to figure out. But what I'm saying essentially is like you should strive to be better than your last piece. I think that's a fair way to go about it. And you don't have to have that mental approach. That's just sort of how I do it. But it also depends on what your goal is. Everybody sees art differently. Keep it as a hobby, go pro, etc. Yeah, basically. I mean, you don't have to be like a grind bro lunatic if that's not your goal. If your goal is to be like the best of the best, then I think you need a mentality that sets you apart from other people that are more hobbyist. Like if you're trying to be like the fucking the shit, you know what I mean? You kind of have to push yourself a little bit differently than others necessarily would. And I don't know that it's necessarily the most healthy thing in the world to want that, but I won't lie, I kind of do. So I do a lot of TTRPG stuff in the indie space. There's a lot of people that are very successful doing art that wouldn't be considered great. No, yeah, totally. Like when I worked in animation, I worked in rigged animation, and so there were lots of animators that weren't like the best in the world at drawing, but they were fantastic animators, technically speaking. And because they use rigs, and a lot of like 3D artists for like Disney and stuff like that kind of fall into that category, where you don't necessarily need the most high skilled drawing ability, so long as you're able to technically output with the rigs and the systems and the tools that you're given. And a lot of those things are like genuinely very difficult skills to develop and like feats in themselves. I think people put a lot of emphasis on industry work involving being like the best artist in the world, but there are lots of different avenues to get professional work that doesn't just involve being a cracked illustrator. Illustration is just sort of one component of like most entertainment industries. Dude, same. I love art like an unhealthy kind of love. Art should really be have a restraining order against me, but it's that kind of love that makes me want to be unreasonably good at night. And every time I see a fall, a fault, I beat myself up about it excessively. Yeah, I think unfortunately, that's I don't want to say that's the mentality you should have if you're striving to be great. But I think you do have to have a degree of criticality with yourself to push yourself like beyond your comfort. Because I think it's very easy to sort of fall into like a comfortable category with your artwork and never really go past that. There are a lot of people, and myself included, for years that would just sort of get into a cycle of doing the same sort of poses over and over, or the same sort of style over and over, and never really deviating from that because it was just sort of comfortable, and it stifled my progress. I really had to sort of explore outside of my comfort zone to really get the improvement that I was looking for, or at least to start noticing improvement. I still don't even know if I've improved much. I do think I have. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I definitely have, but now I'll have to bounce. Got that post stream hunger. Thanks for being a cool and such. Very much dig your vibe and art, and I guess I'll be back now and then. Have to take advantage of that gifted sub. Yeah. Anyways, take care, everyone, and have a nice rest of your day and stream. All right, do your thing, big dog. Get out of here. Thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate the raid. All right. I kind of like to do art fast as I can. It's probably not the best thing, but I'm no perfectionist. I'm very much like I will just draw something for weeks on end until I'm happy with it. It's a bit of a problem, actually. I gotta sort of get more comfortable with letting go, but I don't have that in me yet. like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, I feel like I should let go more for like the sake of my mental health, but on the other hand, I feel like it's genuinely detrimental. And I think there's a I don't know, it's not to get like fucking high horsey or whatever, but I do think there is like a degree of not abuse, but there's a degree of like self pressure you need to exude on your own like art to really sort of let yourself get to those higher levels. It's finding the balance where you're not damaging yourself and actually stifling your development that's difficult, you know? I think it's easier to learn how to let go than it is to push farther. I think I agree with that. I think originally, and I think if you probably ask most people, Taco Force, I bet most people would say it's probably harder to let go. But I think it's the opposite. I think people don't really realize what you need to push yourself on and how that feels necessarily. Because I just don't know that people really do it effectively. And I don't even know that I necessarily do it effectively, but I know that when I gain knowledge or growth in my art, it comes from me really sort of pushing to 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 achieve something that I'm not used to being able to do. You know. Bro, I'd rather chill on the couch and play games than grow in my art. Shit's hard. It's stuff easier to let go. That's why I have a stream schedule. It's like the only thing that's gotten me to like adhere and be consistent with showing up and doing my work because I feel like I have an accountability to my viewers to be there when I say I'm going to be there. And I just sort of want to be that person that is there with, exceptions. I do cancel streams every now and then, but for the most part, I'm there most of the time. Okay. Yeah, I'm wired the opposite. Way too easy to give up and do the next thing. Try something new. Don't go deep. Yeah. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades too. Art is just the thing that I've always gravitated back towards, though. So I've gotten the most gains out of it. But I am kind of like you, Taco, in the sense that, like, even with like work or jobs, I kind of just want to like do a new job every like couple of years. I don't always like doing the same thing. I get bored very easily. That ADHD brain can relate. Yeah, probably. Do it jiggle? Oh, you know it jiggle, dude. It be jiggling. To be honest, I never really see my art as a form of achievement, and I think I should start doing that. I think each time I try something new or different, I see it as a thing that I'm not good at yet instead of seeing it as a solid attempt at learning something new. I try and push something in every new piece I do. Whether it's pose, gesture, I'm always trying to do new things. And slowly, over time, that's made it so it's become a lot easier for me to develop new understandings of things and dynamics. There are still a lot of areas I lack in, but I've been able to gain a lot of growth off of doing that. All right, I got a dip. Was nice meeting y'all. Have a nice rest of the stream. I appreciate you, big dog. Thanks for coming out, Shaziar. Have a good night, all right? That drawing of yours kind of gives me Tite Kubo fashion art vibes. It looks amazing, by the way. Thanks. Tite Kubo. Not sure I know who that is. I am going to go Violet Eyes. Somebody said Conan earlier, and I'm kind of digging that. Tite Kubo. I'm looking it up. Oh, from Bleach. I actually really, really, really like the Bleach aesthetic. That wouldn't surprise me if like a lot of my sort of style is like is actually very influenced by Bleach. What if I did like one red eye and one blue eye? How would that look? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. That might be too saturated on the red. Honestly, Bleach is some of the best fashion I've seen in anime. I find that quite surprising because it must be insanely difficult to constantly draw new outfits. I think so too. I also low-key really, really like the Naruto fashion sense from like part one in particular. I'm pretty sure he wanted to go into fashion for what I remember. I also kind of want to do like clothing design at some point. I have a lot of like creative things I want to explore. It's just a matter of like when and how. I don't do enough clothing practice though, I will say. That's something I need to step my shit on. Step up my shit on. Whoa, long stream today, I know. I can't for the life of me design clothes, so I just ended up drawing suits every time. It's kind of my problem right now. All my clothing is very basic, and I need to up my shit, you know? Suits are the superior clothing for men And for women too. Nice save there. I was starting to think you were a little sexist, generalizing men like that. What if I want to wear a dress, huh? Firm disagree. The most superior clothing is the most comfortable, in my opinion, and suits, although fashionable, can be incredibly jarring, especially in footwear department. I really like streetwear. That's sort of my thing. That's what I really like. I think the backside would be illuminated here, not so much the front. Everyone just looks good in suits. Don't remind me of suits, dude. My fucking guy told me my suit's gonna be late on Monday. This is why you need more than one suit. I have another one, but it also needs to be dry cleaned. I kind of miss dressing up for work because where I work now, everyone just wears comfortable clothes. I also wear the ugliest clothes possible. Why? Can you not dress up, or would you look weird? Honestly, you could maybe watch one of those competition fashion design shows like Next in Fashion. Makes you think real fast of what you do differently. In my experience, that's not a bad idea actually. Okay, guys, I think it's time for me to wrap up stream. We've been going 6 hours. It's a long ass stream. Let's who do we want to raid? Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do this guy. He's doing fantasy landscapes, which seems interesting. So we're gonna raid him. I'm gonna set that up. Raid. Bye, snack. Bye bye. Well, I gotta wait for the raid to finish up. Also, I'm in a pre-roll ad, so I'm gonna let his pre-roll ad run. That way, I can actually talk when I'm in there. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow, all right? Thanks for coming out, everybody. Bye bye.